You can send me the link to the Karen Reed trial. My boyfriend wants to watch it.
Oh, yeah. Welcome in, everybody. I should be live across Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and Kick right now. If I did it right, if I hit the right buttons. If you're seeing this on Facebook, don't panic. It's just a regular live we do every night.
Michael Williams 2021 says, welcome to the John Bay Man Crave. Melanie Syop 1784 says, if it's possible, John, if you can't, I understand.
Yeah, I can. I can send you that link. Are we live? Are we live?
Michael Williams 2021 says, well, how is everyone tonight?
Page 413 and 450 shows clear hospital back in service.
Why is Burger King still buzzing? That's my question.
That's clear.
Chris Ellis 891,993 says, hi John and Trunkies. Melanie Syop 1784 says, that was so interesting and thanks for sharing that with us.
No problem. We're going to do it again tomorrow. I'm gonna live stream that whole trial on Twitch. Give my reaction to it.
RTK_1414 says, I had to teach. How did the trial go today?
It was going good. We had about 44 people watching it.
Melanie Syop 1784 says the last part is that Dow in jail. Michael Williams 2021.
Guys, if you're new here, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. As you can hear, the scanner's going off. We're listening to the scanner. We're going to record police interactions tonight. We're in Brazoria County, Texas. We're about 50 miles south of Houston.
Route back to the PD close to beginning.
Right on the Gulf Coast.
Go ahead, okay. You can show me back down with the citation. That's safe.
Dashing Dasher TX says, I thought that was the magic carpet being that loud.
No.
I was like, John may need to tighten those mufflers.
Nope, it wasn't me. I was like, man, this guy, please pass me. I pulled over so I could pass
Michael
me.
Williams 2021 says Lake Jackson got someone arrested. What 6,469 says Gulf of America.
Gulf of America.
Carrie Shearer says, I thought the magic carpet was Mach 8 nanograms, all that noise.
No. Let's start tonight. Let's get a drink, guys. I don't think we'll go to Buc-ee's. We always lag at Buc-ee's, so let's go to Chevron. Guys, are we live on all platforms right now? This is our test stream. Guys, we've been doing this every night over here on Twitch. If you haven't been following along. The voices should be coming from Twitch, Kick, and maybe YouTube. Let me see.
Michael Williams 2021 says, what is Clute saying?
I don't know.
Energy Drink and 007 says, is it C Notes tonight?
Yes, this is C Notes. They'll hide from us all night tonight.
Dashing Dasher TX says, God on Kick.
Good on Kick. How about Facebook?
Dashing Dasher TX says, good. Pammy 9588 says, Kick and YT are up. Going to check FB now.
All right, good. It's the first time. This has been my ultimate goal, is to stream across all platforms at the same time.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says Facebook is good.
All right. I got to get a way to monitor the Facebook chat. That's my next thing to work on. Are all the chats merged so you can see them on the screen?
War 911 call chaser says, hey John, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking. Beginning of our stream will be a little test stream just so I can make sure all the bugs are worked out. Sorry for the...
Shakespeare says, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says, yes, I saw chat. Dashing Dasher TX says, I believe so.
All right, good. Welcome in, everybody.
Michael Williams 2021 says, if you need a traffic address from the Freetown, let me know and I will rewind the traffic for you, John.
All right.
War 911 call chaser says, no problem much.
So I believe that traffic from Lake Jackson was just a courtesy transport, not an arrest.
Carrie Shearer says, hopefully this works out well for you. Yabba Dabba says, from the Twitch side, I see no comments from the others.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's against the terms of service to do that on Twitch, so. And you know, of course, I like to follow the terms of service across all platforms.
Bucks43 says, I see them in FB and YT.
Okay, good.
Yabba Dabba says, okay.
I should be able to merge YouTube chat here in a minute.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says, someone on FB sent 200 stars.
Thank you so much. I apologize. I've got to work that. I'm going to pull over here. See if I
Michael
can't fix
Williams
so I can see the
2021 says, solitaire was creeping in on the trail LMAO.
Yeah, there were some times it got pretty boring, didn't it? I'm gonna
1911 traffic.
1911. $7506. Are you clearing my traffic stop?
Yeah, on Texas, Victor, Nora.
No, ma'am. Just dispatching out fire. Stand by.
Michael Williams 2021 says, yay, it was make me bored.
Alright, we finally got a green arrow.
Backensking says, the man, the myth, the legend, John.
It's me. I'm just a regular guy holding a cell phone. Let's get a drink real quick. Then we'll get right to work. I need everyone on their best behavior as we go into the store. If there's music blaring in the store, I have to kind of mute you guys. So hopefully there's not.
Michael Williams 2021 says, I didn't know they asked that many questions like that. Backensking says, I shall try, I'm sorry. War 911 call chaser says, were you able to get your tire fixed?
No, I didn't have time today. I just put some air in it right before we went live. How you doing, man? I need it. Here. Let's get a Coke tonight.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says, Dr. Pepper, please.
Got you. Check your inbox.
Backensking says, Fanta for me. Yabba Dabba says, that looks super light, like it needs a refill. Backensking says talkies to PLZ. Gamma Roll Tide 66 says got it, thank you. Energy Drink Fee and 007 says cocaine PLS. Lenadman says hi John, Pammy, and chat.
Hello.
000 Big Dave 000 says my crotch is on fire. Bucks 43 says I'm scared of the dark help.
We got a traffic stop include, guys.
Hey, John.
Hey, how are you? I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking. How are you, man? Thanks, man. All right, guys, let's get to work.
Backensking says you're the man cashier. Bucks 43 says hi cashier.
All right, guys, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, guys.
Logan, apartment number 2. We have an unattended DOA. Trouble not is around.
Melanie Syop 1784 says did they give you a location?
No, of course they didn't. They're hiding. They hide from us. We gotta go find them.
51.
Yabba Dabadoo says always film 50.
Always.
Tom 1839. Sam. Frank Tom 1839. The Oyster Creek Drive at 288. It's a black ramp. Be northbound. On that on ramp.
Energy Drink Fee and 007 says C notes.
Definitely.
War 911 call chaser says tonight is C notes hot.
Yep, it is.
27 return on 47062898. Contact Jose Mundo. White Hispanic male, date of birth 3/4/1970 out of Lake Johnson. Class B driver's license expires 3/2030. They're invalid. That's 29.
Carrie Shearer says cheer
28
25.
return
Thank you for the
on
bits.
St. John 7192. Contact the 2016 Ford. Times of
Melanie Syop 1784 says you need a remote film 50.
18 return.
Michael Williams 2021 says headphone warning guys.
Miss, out of
Gabby
the city is
Bedoya
eligible
says hey
clear.
John and
Insurance
Trunkies.
confirmed with a
How was the
19
rest of your
Toyota
day stream? I
Doing
popped
good.
in quickly but had to leave and get back to work. Carrie Shearer says cheer 25.
Thank you
Scream
so much for
Element
the
says
bits.
Carrie Shearer just cheered 25 bits.
Clear to have it.
33.
Thank you for the bits.
483.0. Repeating 33483.0.
Go ahead, Jose. I'll be back in with the warning. Insurance was confirmed manually. Not, sir.
So, guys, if this works, we should be able to do this way every night. I expect an influx and an increase in the trolls. They'll be ready to get us. I love all the trolls. Thank you so much for being here. Always appreciated. Let's go record some cops.
Michael Williams 2021 says you got the big scanner on.
It's probably not a bad idea.
Pamela Jackson says hi Cajun. Backensking says what did you do today John?
Watched the trial and we did a stream. We were live most of the day.
Pamela
about
Jackson
8 hours
says
on
hi
Twitch.
Mavita.
There's a buzzing again at Burger King.
5415 14.
Backensking says nice and relaxing. Mivideloka 0190 says Hippamela.
Okay.
Michael Williams 2021 says Pam is good boss lady. Carrie Shearer says, can the other platforms hear us?
Yes. I gotta work on giving the other platforms voices too. So right now, the unique thing about this stream is it's actually streaming from my home computer.
Backensking says, hi talk tick.
We're actually, not on TikTok. TikTok won't let me do this. We would already been banned.
Backensking says L TikTok. Backensking says they missing out.
9-11, I'll be 10 with the morning.
So basically what we do every night, we just drive around. If we see some cops, we stop and record it. We hang out.
Bucks43 says it was 87 here today.
It was pretty nice today. It's 77 degrees right now. I use
Michael Williams 2021 says, so we had 88 people in here.
That's pretty good. So I use text to speech, and that way I can safely drive. I can't read the chat and drive. That would be unsafe for everybody, and I won't do that. I do turn the voices down.
Carrie Shearer says, come subscribe, follow and ride in the trunk with us on Twitch.
I do turn the voices down when we're on scene, so we can hear capture the audio. Let's go to Freeport. Guys, don't tell them. Don't tell them we're going to go to Freeport and see what they're doing. If you would like to help with the gas money this evening, my Cash App is extra good, $extra good. We got 107 miles of gas right now.
Bucks43 says, CA. Michael Williams 2021 says they were saying something on the radio a couple of minutes ago. Nightbot says Cash App extra good donations are appreciated but never solicited. If you choose to donate, they are non-refundable. Pammy 9588 says I am calling Freeport now.
Don't call. Don't tell them I'm coming. They'll never know. Since we're not live on so many different platforms right now, there's no way any cops...
Copy of possible 28.
There's no way that many cops are watching this.
Like John X-Ray,
Big Dave 000 says
Robert 5063. It could be a King, John X-Ray King.
Bucks43 says, oops, I called them LOL.
Oh man.
Sparky FW says, evening John, evening weirdos, evening cops lurking in the chat.
Good.
Good evening to you, Sparky.
000 Big Dave 000 says their number is still 911.
I believe so. Don't call 911. Don't do that.
451 second.
I'm good.
He's good.
Stream Element says Bucks43.
John X-Ray Robert 5063.
Bucks 43, thank you for the subscription.
Bucks43 says thank you for the sub.
2025. 25. 04
Blocking the roadway.
00020. It's in the call sheet.
Just notate he'll be standing by for a maintenance vehicle to come out tomorrow.
000
911 traffic.
04 00020. It's in the call sheet.
Gonna be FM 523.
The underscore Cappies underscore 701 says send 10 to Cash App.
Thank you so much.
I'll be on that location. Contact the color of that
Guys,
location.
000.
I want everybody, if you're specifically if you're in Facebook and you live in Clute and you see lights in Clute, I need to know. So
Gonna be FM 523, Cairo 792. Be out on Texas, Mary Paul 7712. Mary Paul 7712. Be white in color.
this current shift of horrible
Bio
cops.
Preppers 1 says good evening everyone.
This current shift of horrible cops that works in Clute. They're gonna troll us all night with see the location of the notes. We're out at top secret classified location. So if you're watching on Facebook and you live in Clute and you see lights, I need you to let us know.
Chris Ellis 891,993 says what was for supper John. Sparky FW says see notes, my balls.
What did I eat for supper?
94, we'll have the roadway blocked off.
Did you have the roadway blocked off?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I had hot dogs for lunch, for dinner. Why couldn't I remember? I was like, what did I eat? I ate something. Chili dogs. I had chili dogs.
Angie416 says hey John Pammy and Trunkies. Pammy 9588 says chili dogs.
That's right. I remembered.
Bucks43 says I had a hamburger. Chris Ellis 891,993 says that sounds good. I had fried taters and beans. Angie416 says I'm late for class tonight. Bayou Preppers 1 says chill dogs are my favorite. Carrie Shearer says I had a cheeseburger. Michael Williams 2021 says see I know what you all
Have the caller come out and step out. Okay, there's a call.
271 says I see lights, but I'm in New York. If you can get here quick, I'll give you the address.
Yeah, no, I won't be able to make it to the New York call.
936 says hi chat. Our underscore
Alright, there's some kind of activity in an apartment complex, so.
Okay.
Tom Sam John 8597. Tom Sam John 8597. Silver in color. Got to be the 700 block of West Mulberry.
700 block of West Mulberry and Angleton.
05 traffic.
Okay.
Tom Sam John 8597. Tom Sam John 8597. Silver in color. Gonna be in the 700 block of West Mulberry.
That's we're in Freeport right now.
Okay, can I be on Georgia on 4?
Carrie says we rarely see lights in JC, so I can't help there. Pamela Jackson says hi there guy.
Alright, headphone warning.
Typically EMS first house William is from San Hill. You're getting at 920 Wilson Road. 920 Wilson Road. It's going to be a reference to a 7-year-old female has blood coming out of her nose. She is awake and coherent at this time. 10 times going to be 2041.
27, I'm good. That's fine.
Turn on the defrost so you guys can see. How about that? I got a green arrow.
Second house for any history at this address. Also for Emery.
TikiCat 1961 says hi friends.
Hello.
Michael Williams 2021 says your window needs washed.
It's just the humidity over here is horrible.
Second house for any history at this address. Also for Emery. First name is Rudy. Just see if we have any history here.
711 for North Base, 3 on board, 2 hours, 8 on fuel, 722 around.
Roger, 7 left for North Base.
Backensking says where we at RN sorry when to eat.
We're at Freeport right now.
First name is Rudy. Just see if we have any history here, and if you find the name, run it. Make sure it's clear.
Found history with a Rodolfo Lira. Date of birth 11/29/77. He's clear.
Backensking says dirty water RRR.
Thank you.
That's clear. Back in service, just assist only.
You guys are
Hey, James, I found history with a Rodolfo Lira.
Happy Wednesday. I
Date of
watched a
birth
bit of your earlier stream at work.
11/29/77. He's clear.
000 Big Dave 000 says not Rudy.
That's good, thank you.
Free Rudy.
Sure, that's your route. 29.
Michael Williams 2021 says wacky warning Wednesday.
It is. Yeah, my ultimate goal was to get monetized across all platforms and then stream across all platforms, and we've accomplished that now. So now people will be able to still.
Amber Michelle says jumping between all chats BRB.
Thank you.
Backensking says heck yay brother. Mertz Gold 2 Chain says good work. Keep it going. You're awesome. Love what you're doing.
Thank you so
000 Big Dave 000 says next step, world domination.
much. Next step, world domination. Well, we have managed to monetize across all platforms, and that's a pretty good feat.
Backensking says John is president.
I'm not president. I would never
Hammy
want to miss this.
9588 says Freeport is pretty cool.
Facebook, welcome, man. I'm working on getting you guys a voice over here too. There's just no way I can read the chat and drive.
Stream Elements says Angie 416's just subscribed.
Angie, thank you for the subscription.
911, I'll be 10 with a warning.
Take a little there.
Preppers 1 says sup.
What's up, Bayou?
1911. I'll be
Bobby
10 for
Garrett
one.
says Freeport, my least favorite place.
1511, please.
Guys, we got 99 miles of fuel right now.
Bucks 43 says sup dad LOL. Pamela Jackson says lol Bobby.
5585 for info.
85 bro.
Then around SNS.
That's clear, thank you.
Michael Williams 2021 says C notes for location Bayou Preppers 1 says not much. What are we going to do tonight?
You're watching it. We're gonna record comms. Bayou, the only thing that's different is we're multi-streaming across all platforms right now. This is the first time we're gonna try our actual show this way.
Bucks 43 says John, what's the Q word? I'm brand new.
I'm not gonna say the Q word. You're not gonna trick me like that.
2968 medical alarm.
Bayou Preppers 1 says we are trying to take over the world.
Roger, Jake.
6202 Manry Avenue. 6202 Manry Avenue. Meeting and logistics. We have lockbox information if you'd like to call in.
Remember best.
3501.03350.
_D_bullion 38 says John, how are you, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking.
47, go ahead.
I'm out of the county jail. Clear copy, getting mileage.
451, 453.
Somebody went to jail.
Good.
Go ahead.
33501.03350.
Tammy Hayes 811 says, remember, we have no galaxies here. Anytime you say the keyword is 20 in John CA. Stream Elements says, thank you for following Kestriana.
Thank you for the follow.
Kestriana says the same thing we do every night.
Yeah, the same thing. That's pretty much the same thing we do every night. Yeah. Guys, I do this 6 nights a week. Sometimes 7. It really depends on how I'm feeling on Sunday. Sunday's the only day that I might work or I might not.
Good.
Michael Williams 2020
Be on a traffic stop. Clear for 28.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, are we heading south or north?
Just separate from the fire?
Same address as the fire.
Good.
Robert X-Ray Charles 9540. Robert X-Ray Charles 9540. Black and color.
How you gonna get a traffic stop at a fire?
Lifelight 3 East Base, Lifelight 3 East Base, need you on standby for the City of Deer Park, key map 538 uniform for a gunshot.
Bayou Preppers 1 says Cobb sounds mad.
Yeah, he does sound mad, doesn't he? My guess is someone tried to go around a fire truck or something. If I'm guessing completely. I don't know where that fire is. Somewhere inside of Brazoria County.
That's clear, sir.
Kenzie 03167 says, are we going to a call?
East Base, stand by for 538 Romeo.
No, I'm just
Boba Fett
driving around looking for
271 says Q word is quadruplicities.
That's a pretty good Q word.
Notify JP.
That's clear, sir.
3.
Is that a real word?
Trouble 9, be advised, JP and
I'll be
round.
on a traffic stop at this location as well. Clear for 28.
correct.
Alright, so they got 2 units at that
Clear.
traffic stop now.
Tovo 9, be advised, JP en route.
Flight 7 at North Base.
Boba Fett 271 says yes.
Roger, 79
000 Big Dave 000 says JP en route somewhere.
That's in West Columbia. It was a hospice death. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and the family.
Judge Kirsch.
That's correct, 1209.
Thank you.
Bayou Preppers 1 says I got done with everything I needed Toto today, now I can't move, my back hurts bad.
Oh.
Kakasper says Q word is quality reporting by John.
I like it.
That's correct, 1209.
Michael Williams 2021 says let's check 288B to see if we find Clute.
Flight 3 East Base, go ahead and respond to Deer Park.
Flight 3 responding, Deer Park.
Michael Williams 2021 says my guess they on the side roads. Bucks 43 says it's so hot back 114 of back here.
Roger, Mitchell, North 29, sound good.
Wax Hustler 80 says hey y'all, I'm late.
Well, better late than never.
ACS plus 1968.
2968.
I'll be out of the so we'll send an email.
Bayou Preppers 1 says it's okay, I snuck in.
370.
We might lag over here,
CC
guys.
Martinez says, hey y'all.
Hey, CC, how are you?
Country Boy 23,123 says, hey John.
Flag 36. Let me clear the scene. Scene's turned over to PD.
That's clear.
Country Boy 23,123 says, can I get a hell yeah, brother?
Hell yeah, brother. Alright, this will be Clute and their C-Note shit. I mean, the C-Note shift.
Dashing Dasher TX says, I'm getting rocket fuel in Sweet Tea number 3 in Freeport, then headed back that way.
203, C-Notes.
C-Notes. They're hiding from us, guys.
2 Chain says, C-Notes. Boo.
203, that's clear.
CC Martinez says hello. Michael Williams
Sorry,
says 203 C notes.
See if they're over in the apartment.
Jake underscore not underscore
Not
loud
fair.
says hey John.
Hello to you.
C-Notes.
C-Notes.
Jake underscore not underscore loud says hey Chad. 000 Big Dave 000 says 203 C notes 10 to 8.
Being right to that location. George 14.
We'd be en route to that location.
Wax
guys.
Hustler 80 says you meant what you said first, John Long.
Oh yeah.
That's clear. What's your beginning?
That was an accident.
C-Notes.
C-Notes.
10-4.
10-4. This is an entire shift of Clute horrible cops. They like to hide from me. So we play this cat and mouse game every night with this shift. They're horrible cops, they're horrible people. But we eventually find them. Takes a little more work.
Jake underscore not underscore loud says let John cook.
Let me cook, that's right.
Wax Hustler 80 says sir. Sparky FW says so many trolls we need another bridge. Michael Williams 2021.
Life 3 is lifting 4538 uniform, 3 on board, 2 hours, 1 minute of fuel.
000 Big Dave 000 says dispatch is like, geez, the game I hate to play.
Roger 3, heavy listening for Deer Park.
Yeah, we love our trolls, guys. Trolls equal viewers.
1209, can you contact GMS and I need to pronounce?
Carlos Renoir Brady, 10782, 1099.
Where?
1020.
1209, I should have the town on that.
1209, can you contact GMS and I need to pronounce?
Oh, that's a question.
10-4.
54 route.
County Warrant.
Wax Hustler 80 says
That's Life 3, you might sit at the contact.
where I live today. Michael Williams 2021 says the dispatch likes
3,
only
your
say
flight number
C-notes
is
because they think it is funny.
2699er, and you're going to be talking to Deer Park Air Ops on MA2.
Deer Park, Air Ops, MA2, thanks.
Vacation location.
Wax Hustler 80 says I'm your biggest troll fan.
Wax, you're not a troll.
From back in station.
So if you see lights in Clute, you have to let me know.
Jake underscore not underscore loud says check John's pockets for candy and had warrants.
I don't have any warrants.
Bayou Preppers 1 says was if you're a troll I am a stalker. Donna _ Sharp says I'm here I pulled over to say I'm not late I'm driving 7 hours away from home I have 2 hours left. Sweet Gator says good evening everyone. Countryboy 23123 says put it in the chat.
Let's put it in the chat.
Gold 2 Chains says cheer 100 cheer 100 you know you're doing a great job when police want to hide from you holding them accountable.
Exactly. Thank you so
Stream
much for the
Element
bits.
says Mertz Gold 2 Chains just cheered 200 bits.
Thank you. 200 bits. That's amazing. Thank you.
Bucks 43 says John farted again.
I did not.
What
That's rumors.
6469 says hey John do we need fuel?
Yeah, we have 94 miles of gas.
Countryboy 23123 says Gulf of America.
Yeah, we might as well get gas before we run out. I don't like to get
Bayou
low.
Preppers 1 says when it glow in the dark condoms remember when you go in the store. What 6469 says did you reset the YouTube scanner?
Yes, I did right before we went live.
Wax Hustler 80 says, CA. Nightbot says Cash App extra good donations are appreciated but never solicited. If you choose to donate they are non-refundable. Bayou Preppers 1 says lol. Melanie Syop 1784 says Kelly says hi John.
Hello Kelly.
Countryboy 23123 says hey crew fuck you and your C-notes shit. Wax Hustler 80 says everyone send John some money to support his stream.
Oh, that's
Rylan
nice.
OSU says hey guys I am at work.
414. You can go ahead. Do you guys mind close on there's going to be a train? I'm not sure if there's an alternate route or not.
Countryboy 23123 says I'm include
There's
John.
not. We will be delayed by the train.
You
Will
took our
Ben
shipping on
15
unit
says
for
hey
location?
John.
Hi.
We're on a Brazoria. Sister confirmation required waiting for a reply from Brazoria. There's a...
Physically in the second
588
phone
says
first out,
John
please.
support too.
Correction.
Countryboy
Second out first out.
23123 says
You're needed at 920 Wilson Road. 920 Wilson Road. 289 is going to be requested for you for backup. Just between 2104.
Did I miss anything?
Nope.
Wax Hustler 80 says I need a job.
Nope, you haven't missed anything yet.
Countryboy 23123 says headphone warning.
I tried.
14. The train is clear. No delay.
Clear.
Will Ben 15 says hey Pam how are you? Countryboy 23123 says I'm following a state trooper on 288B John.
Gotcha.
Will Ben 15 says yay green.
Finally.
14. You show something.
Clear.
Wax Hustler 80 says my doctor won't allow me to go to work.
Clear.
Jake _ loud says John did you get your drink?
Service to
Yeah,
patient. No transport at this time. I'll be back in service.
Will Ben 15 says how are you?
I'm doing great.
Control 5, patient report. 5, go ahead.
1502-33161. 1502-33161. Patient is reported GCS 15.
Jake _ loud says hell yeah brother.
95% room air. Blood pressure is 66 over 31.
Hey, Justin, you're live on all platforms right now. Hold on.
Going to ER.
Hold on, Justin.
Countryboy 23,123 says, are you on 288B, John?
Let me turn him down. Hold on
Will
a second.
Ben 15.
Okay, what's happening, man? I did not.
447, I think we'll turn over to Academy. And then right back to city.
447.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
They're not getting the appropriate courses and the required amount of training that's required by the state.
So they're not. Some of the people aren't actually police officers then.
Correct. Oh, I know. They legit they did actually revoke some of the police officer license from some of the people.
Dang.
But no telling how many more people that came before them, where they weren't actually trained as police officers per the state of Texas requirements. So the state revoked their license, and they just decided, the college decided to close the police academy.
Dang. Well, they
So this is the police who can't even follow the law.
Unbelievable.
But as we know, the government's exempt from the law.
That's right.
So when you find a police officer and you're like, did you go to school? Well, maybe you should ask, was your, first, or if they say, yeah, I went to school, okay, well, was your school even a school? Because that would be the next question. But was it actually the police school, or was it fake?
There you go.
Anyways, how y'all doing this evening?
Justin, we're live across so many platforms right now. Have you noticed? Have you seen the other platforms?
I saw you pop up on Facebook.
I should be on Facebook. I'm on Kick. I'm on Twitch, and I'm on YouTube right now. It's the first night we've done our stream this way.
You're viral. You're a viral dude.
So,
are the police letting you film them tonight, or
no,
are they hiding?
They're definitely hiding. They're definitely going to hide.
And so the police sit there and hide, and yet, no banks are getting robbed,
dogs and cats are living in harmony.
Right. So it's just interesting to me how where are the police and they're hiding, and yet town is probably safer than it has ever been.
There you go. Well, I got to get some gas, Justin.
All right. Have a good evening. Bye.
I'll talk to you later, man. All right, guys, let's get to work. I'll turn you guys up. Guys, we're on pump 29, if you guys can help me remember that. I turned you guys back up.
Wax Hustler 80 says, John. Jake _ loud says, John Gates cashier. Jake _ loud says, farted.
I did
Will
not.
Ben 15 says, time to get gas.
Definitely time to get
Let's
gas.
Gold 2 Chains says, pump 29.
Pump
5
20.
piece. Wax Hustler 80 says, pump 269.
No, 29. See, now you're trying to confuse me.
Melanie Syat 1784 says, my boyfriend said, John, I thought you're supposed to ask for donations to stay live tonight.
How you doing, ma'am? I'm doing wonderful.
Wasukin says, pump 29.
On number 29. How are you, man?
Mertz Gold 2 Chains says, pump 420 question mark.
That's not a real pump, guys. Now you're just trying to confuse
Angie
me.
416 says, pump 29 cashier. Will Ben 15 says 29. Jake _ loud says 1000 or end stream. Wax Hustler 80 says, get my glow in the dark tampons, John. Boba Fett 271 says, Shaquille O'Neal is a copper sheriff too. Wax Hustler 80 says pumped at 69. Melanie Syop 1784 says my boyfriend said, John, I thought you're supposed to ask for donations to stay live tonight.
I
Will
don't
Ben
do that.
15 says, what about the air for the tire?
We got that a little earlier. I'm gonna get that tire fixed tomorrow.
Chris Ellis 891,993 says need a Dr. Pepper and a 0 bar. Please, John.
I got you. Check your
Will
inbox.
Ben 15 says, oh, okay. Mertz Gold 2 Chain says in a car wash.
And
This
a car
trunk
wash.
is filthy.
Gas is $2.47 for those that
Wax
always ask.
Hustler 80 says, CA. Nightbot says Cash App extra good donations are appreciated but never solicited. If you choose to donate, they are non-refundable. 000 Big Dave 000 says tire shop is right next to the quit smoking place.
Yeah, I'm quitting there. I'm quitting tomorrow.
Wax Hustler 80 says there is his ask for donations. Feel free to Cash App. Tammy Hayes 811 says, John, I'm laughing so hard I have tears running down my legs. Will you go back in and get me some Depends?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. It depends.
Mertz Gold 2 Chain says, glad I drive electric. Hides. Mainstream Sniper, hashtag boycott Gizmedian, says, how is it possible that this cops could hide for you?
They do
Why
it.
they should hide because of you. You hate cops anyway, or just this specific ones?
Oh, I don't hate anybody. I don't do nothing I do is out of hate. Everything I do is out of love for people. I don't hate anybody. I couldn't do what I do out of hate. I would be dead or in prison if I did this out of hate. Guys, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, guys.
Bucky Imam 22 says, hey John and Trump. Bam roll. John, you sound like them people on the stand today. Mertz Gold 2 Chain says the cops fear accountability. They hide. Gatorfin underscore 12 says $30. Mertz Gold 2 Chain says always film 50. Angie 416 says always film 50.
That's clear.
Mainstream Sniper, hashtag boycott Gizmedian, says okay sorry. Wax Hustler 80 says John, a cop got beat up about 2 miles from my house today while he was on duty. Tammy Hayes 811 says always film 50. Bama Roll Tide 66 says about the smoking. Wax Hustler 80 says always film 50.
Guys, do you think we're going to be able to record anything with this multi-streaming across all these platforms? You think it's going to be possible at all?
Mertz Gold 2 Chain says sure. Only takes one pull over.
That's right.
Melanie Syop 1784 says with Texas speech you mean. Michael Williams 2021 says he always says he quit tomorrow or the next day.
I have another disturbance on Glenwood.
Disturbance on where?
47 clear up in Charlotte.
Did they say Glenwood? I need to rewind that traffic. That's Lake Jackson, somewhere.
447.
Jake underscore not underscore loud says Glenwood.
That's what I thought they said.
05, confirming the address. 500 Cemetery Road.
Where do you want to go?
Glenwood Street, Lake Jackson, Texas.
Getting directions to Glenwood Street, Lake
Jackson. You mean with Texas speech on all platforms?
No, I mean with them all knowing exactly where I'm at.
I'm getting them on the line again.
That's clear.
That's good.
Mainstream Mainstream Sniper, hashtag boycott Gizmedian, says it is possible in many streamers do this, but you have to be careful on TikTok what you're filming.
I'm not gonna
Melanie Syek 1784 says, oh yeah, you can do it. Cheyenne MG says, I tried to quit vaping. That lasted 5 to 7 days.
10-4.
Bucks43 says, Bravo John needs $1,000 or he ends his stream right now.
BCSO 5585.
Mertz Gold 2 Chain says, John is live. Quick, use C notes.
That's good.
Perfect.
Jake
Five on one.
underscore loud says, why video me?
Why you videoing me? Guys, if you are new here, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. We're listening to the scanner. We're going to record police interactions.
When I get unit available, I have another disturbance on Glenwood.
So you're going to hear the radio traffic twice.
Clear up in the city shortly.
Okay.
I'm going to get that. You're going to hear
Hammy
the...
9588 says, Chuck gifted a sub on Kick.
Thank you so much. Chuck with the gifted sub. Thank you so much for the gifted sub over on Kick.
Wax Hustler 80 says, you got 55 people on Facebook.
It's not bad considering we're out of the algorithm and I haven't streamed anything.
Clear. Tell them we're busy.
Gold 2 Chain says, Gray with an E or an A. I'm always confused.
Let's go with A. So we're headed to a disturbance.
Tammy Hayes 811 says, okay John, I'm watching the news. Elon Musk just got through saying that he is planning on having unsupervised self-driving vehicles by next year. You think that'll help a US law?
I don't know. I won't be able to afford it, so it doesn't really matter.
Pamela Jackson says, thank you, Chuck.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Man, lights are on our side tonight. Yeah, I'm a law-abiding citizen, so we do the speed limit.
50/14, you shows transporting one patient from
5594.
While we respond to our little calls.
5594, go ahead.
Are you still on the traffic stop?
Negative, you can clear me warning.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, my knife just broke.
Uh-oh.
Mainstream Sniper, hashtag boycott Gizmedian, says, so Bravo should end that stream. I mean, he was laughing about TW did this and no do the same with 1000 till 5, but Bravo work in the weekend. TW does this is work until months ago he started trucking.
He's thinking today, but they don't want Jacob will no 29.
Sweet Gator says, is it a busy night?
We're just getting started. We have 335 miles of gas.
5967, send you offer concern for an iPhone crash alert.
Uh-oh, iPhone crash alert.
Boba Fett 271 says, if you Dewey and Elon Musk drive itself, you should get double Dewey.
We might lag over here,
Bucky
guys.
Imam 22 says, hey kickers. Sweet Gator says, hi Pammy.
286 back on service.
5567, I'm clear.
203 notes.
Lou94 says, hi John, it's Kirsty, this is my nickname.
Hi.
5414 delayed by train.
What's up with this?
Quick comment.
Michael Williams 2021 says 203 notes, stop freaking high.
Florida driver's license, William 42650194030.
Alright, this is Glenwood Street. Let's see if we get the right address.
Definidal JPD says 203 always has the notes. Bayou Preppers 1 says everyone put a purple heart in chat for John and Pam.
Are we early? I don't see any disturbances out here.
Wax Hustler 80 says Corgo 1, 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 Corgo 1.
How's it going? Thank you for the...
05, I'll be having notes.
I don't see any disturbance.
5378, can you show me out the shelter?
Control 3.
Three guys.
3096-62436-096-2436. 64 male, GSW to the left side of the chest.
Wax Hustler 80 says, yo, you turned me down.
I had to.
Mark the Mad Shark says, cheer 1, 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 cheer 1.
Mark the Mad Shark, thank you for the bits. That's a lot of bits. Thank you guys.
Roger 3096-2436, and we'll give them alarm set up.
Cheer 1, 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 cheer 1.
Alright, I'm not seeing a disturbance. Guys, are we early or are we late? What do you guys think? Thank you for the follow.
Chuck Bronson says, get him, Johnny.
Chuck, how are you, man? Chuck, we're live across like 5 platforms right now. I don't see a
Bayou
disturbance.
Preppers 1 says early.
You think we're early?
Van Mom 2024 says early.
Let's hang out here.
Wax Hustler 80 says show love 1, 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 show love 1.
You're watching them all?
Show love 1, 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 show love 1.
Contact Bakers here in West Columbia and have them around for transcription.
Show love 1, 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 show love 1.
Kyle Walker should have a point of DL that's current clear. He does have a Texas DL that expired last year in January.
Mertz Gold 2 Chain says he arrives right on time. Chuck Bronson says, I know I'm watching them all.
Thanks, Chuck.
Dabadoo says, did you beat the police to their call?
I believe so.
Bakers here in West Columbia and have them around for
If we heard the address right, we beat them. I didn't see any disturbances down there.
It's our farm.
Okay.
Thank you for the bits.
Kim Crafton with Pups says, hey friends.
Hello, Kim.
Melanie Syop 1784 says maybe you got the wrong address.
Maybe I did. Oh, this is way out of town, so it could take them a little bit. Let's see. Let's go with Bucky's.
Never out location, not emergent.
I don't see
Wax
anything there.
Hustler 80 says cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Element says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 50 bits. Mertz Gold 2 Chain says John, will you be streaming the Karen case again tomorrow?
Yes.
It was awesome to listen and it worked.
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming it tomorrow again. I'm gonna do that whole trial.
748, go ahead.
Alright, I guess we have the wrong address. What do you guys think? Unless this is, I'm watching to see if...
Beginning time 9:27 p.m. and I need the further information.
Victor Noah X-ray 9813. 4363. X-ray 9813.
Wax Hustler 80 says cheer 1.
Thank you so much.
Stream Element says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 1 bit.
Wax, thank you for the bits.
X-ray John Adam 5 Mary 0.
Wax Hustler 80 says cheer 1 cheer 1.
Thank you, Wax.
456 Polar Bear says John I checked the scanner and it is Glenwood.
Victor Noah
Stream Element says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 2 bits. Wax Hustler 80 says cheer 1 cheer 1 cheer 1.
So we would
Stream Element says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 3 bits.
Thank you so much. So we would have been on the right street then.
Cordo 1. Stream Element says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 5 bits.
Thank you so much.
2938 says hey everyone.
Hello.
Have I missed anything?
No, we're just getting started.
Is it C note shift tonight?
Yes. They're definitely hiding from us tonight.
Yep.
So I couldn't hear
Engine
but
2601, brush 26A, 2605, all personnel clear from
Sweet
scene
Peter
on
says, John, do
2612.
you think Karen did it? Wax
no.
Hustler 80 says you're welcome.
No, she's completely framed. By horrible cops. We'll go back, see if they came in the other way. We'll go check one more time.
Mertz Gold 2 Chain says the witness today and snarky. Oh.
Yep.
BCSO 5585.
5585.
Recommend take up roadways down.
We'll go check one more time. See if we were early.
Wax Hustler 80 says, did you stream today?
Yes, I did.
Charles David Frank 6425. Charles David Frank.
Yeah, during the day I did. I'm gonna go check one more time, see if there's anybody over there.
2501.
I know I didn't hear a disturbance.
You're not.
Good for now. 1203, be advised.
I did a name and date of birth, so notes. Keep checking through Arizona.
Yes, sir. It's in traffic.
18, go ahead.
43432501. Repeating 432501.
Wax Hustler 80 says, sorry I missed it. I had to focus on making money.
1203, be advised. Baker Funeral Home has been contacted.
Okay, go ahead.
That's clear.
There's a spot.
Go ahead.
We were right. We were just early, guys.
William Boy Frank 694. William Boy Frank 2695.
4863.
420. July of 25.
Go ahead.
We also.
Fucking her again? What are you talking about? They started talking, and then Casey starts getting her face. doing the whole finger wave right in the face. And it's all on video. They do their banner, and then I'm not going to do it to you physically. Because they got into a verbal deal. No hands were touched at that point, but Casey did push her in her face, pushed her away. And there's video again, me saying, stop, just go inside, quit. I want to get you for no trespassing. Well, I don't know how that works, we are married, but the house is in my name. There is no trespassing signs, but that's for other reasons. It wasn't for them. And I did invite Alicia over here. And then as soon as she did that, she went inside, got a few things, and hauled ass down the road.
What would she got?
Her pants.
Oh, what did the pants?
Well, that's the first place I would think.
Yeah.
There's two other places. I don't know the address to the other two.
She took the kids and stuff? What she took? Okay. So, anything happened between y'all? Like, you and your wife? You want to explain anything?
I can. Got home from the court. Actually, well, it starts from last night. We ordered growlers pizza. She said she's going to try it. Come home from work. I'll pick it up and come home. Wasn't very good. So we get on the night, and she's warming up the pizza.
How long ago did that happen?
Hour and a half ago. I was like, I don't want no pizza, so I just, well, she asked me about changing the, I can show you, there's a doggy bed. There's a black one, and we have the other one that the girls already put together. Like, well, we washed it yesterday, they couldn't put it back together. I was like, well, baby, it's 4 squares. It's 4 long tubes and feet. I said, hold on. I went and got it out of the damn laundry room, the screen part. So let me go change clothes. Went there, changed clothes, come back out to the living room. Oh, never mind, we got it. Okay, well, go get in bed. Next thing I know, I'm getting shoved on the back of my head. You couldn't even help us put the damn thing together? Baby, you said y'all got it. Oh, you don't want to eat this fucking pizza I just made you? No, baby, I'm not hungry. I gotta wake up. I gotta see this every day. I wake up 3:30, 3:45. Shoved in the head 3 times. By hands, not just hands. And then she hit me close fist. I get up out of bed. I can show you the bedroom. Her bed is about this far from the closet door. I said, I'm gonna get my clothes. Even got a text to even verify that. I'm gonna get my clothes. I'm gonna go in the living room. Next thing you know, she's opened the closet door. She's calling Bree. I just hit her. I pulled her hair. I did all kinds of shit. And that's what even Alicia told me this time. I was like, are you serious? Bree was in her bedroom. Didn't touch her. Never have. Anyway, got clothes. No, it's her dog.
Oh.
And so, I got what clothes I did have. Went out to the back porch. Went back inside. Next thing you know, she's on the bed, talking to her mom, doing this whole party stuff. Grabbed a pair of socks, and continued on outside. That was it. Until Alicia showed over. Well, I can show you text as far as she was saying other stuff, but then Alicia showed up, and then that's another part happened. I said, look, all I want is my vehicle that has my work stuff in it, which is my work badge, just to get to work. That's it.
No.
Both vehicles in my name. I'll pay for it. See now, I'm sure Alicia's called my son. I don't know if I can get a cigarette. Yes, sir. 8577. Casey. No, it's K-A-Y-S-I. S-I.
How you doing, man?
Run your little mouth that you
It's on. sometimes it's hard to transition from the car to here, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I seen you with it not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got my work stuff, which just did work. I'm more backing up what happened with Alicia.
Alicia was, she was just worried about y'all. She just wanted to make sure.
Well, I told her to go and make the phone call because she was pushed in the face for no reason. I mean, well, it's just like two people getting each other's faces and, you know, it got heated. But she did get shoved in her face. I know what I said is going to take those two girls, so I want to leave it alone, but I do want to back up Alicia's statements.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
So you are married, and we say that it's family violence, they got to document it, we have to report it. So either way, it will fully be documented, everything will be on there, what she said, what she did. We speak with Alicia, get her side of the story, put everything in the same report. Depending on what Alicia wants done. I'm not too sure yet. I only spoke with her on the way to make sure like what was exactly going on. I was a little confused. But now I got your side of the story, so everything makes sense now. Alright man, well I guess we'll get out of here. I got every information. What's a good phone number for you?
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. He's giving personal information, guys. I don't want to put that out, so. Sounds like everything's okay.
I'm probably going to go to Alicia's house, so just to, again, showing that I'm just trying to diffuse the situation before shit got to, so that's probably why I'm going to go that way. No.
Explain to work why you're in jail for it.
Absolutely.
Alright man, well we'll get out of here.
Appreciate it.
Hope you have a good rest of your night in the street.
Yes, appreciate y'all coming.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Alright man, how you doing? Bye.
I know, Kevin.
John.
Spirit Walker says Ocean King then.
Yeah. Your son said to call him. Is that?
That's why Austin was calling.
Yeah. Call him. Let him know everything's okay.
He called me 3 times, Robert.
Yeah, he was just worried about you, so. Alright, I told him, guys. Guys, put in the chat.
King says thank you, John.
Put in the chat, guys. It sounds like it's nothing, pretty much. What do I know, though? I'm just a guy. Alright, so we were way early.
Kakasper says film 5-0.
Oh, he's always.
Spirit Walker says niece.
Niece, I'm sorry.
Rich Gold 2 Chain says always film 5-0. Mandod says hi.
Hi.
Wax Hustler 80 says always film 5-0.
Always.
Angie 416 says always film 5-0. Bucks 43 says hi. Country Boy 23,123 says always film 5-0 and John Gray.
Always.
Can you come over here for assistance?
Can you come over where?
Person scene.
Guys, it was hard to hear. Even being there, it was hard to hear. Everybody was talking really soft, so.
203, 211.
203, 211. That's Klute.
Okay. Can you come over here for assistance?
Wax Hustler 80 says I was a bit confused. Bayou Preppers 1 says recap please. Pancake Guy 358 says Cat you do a recap with the last call.
Yeah, it was just a disturbance. It was a disturbance.
Countryboy 23123 says never talk to police and never consent to a search. Ain't that right, John?
That's right.
Leslie 3520 says hi, John.
Hello. So guys, as you can see, I turn the speech down when we're on scene. That's the way. That way we can capture as much audio as we can. And the text-to-speech makes it safe for me to hands-free. I'm not reading the chat.
Will Ben 15 says what happened?
It was a disturbance.
Fanatics BG says I heard from a reliable source that Clute gave you a call sign on the radio to avoid me.
Yes. Yeah, their call sign for me is
Tater 208 says hello everyone.
Yeah, they gave me the call sign for me.
Will Ben 15 says oh okay.
Everything seems fine. Hopefully it doesn't escalate and everybody separates for the night and lives happily ever after. So,
9-10-11, I'll be 10-8 with 2 warnings.
So we were way earlier. We should have just stayed with our gut there.
Wax Hustler 80 says failfish, 1 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 failfish.
Thank you so much, Wax, for the bits.
1 failfish, 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 1. Backenskin says okay I am back, good lord. Stream Elements says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 50 bits.
Thank you so much for the bits.
2 Chains says 2. Fanatics BG says she mess up the laundry again. He was just getting her in shape. Mertz Gold 2 Chains says John suffers from premature stuff. Mark the Mad Shark says cheer 1 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 cheer 1.
Thank you so much, Mark the Mad Shark, for the bits.
Cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Elements says Mark the Mad Shark just cheered 50 bits.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Can you come to our location, please? There's Warman route.
Can you come to my location? If you see lights include, let me know. Thank you so much.
Backenskin says John, thank you for doing what you do. I would have never known if it went bad.
There you go. You're welcome.
Wax Hustler 80 says Wax versus Mark on Bits Lodge.
Uh-oh. We got a bit war.
Tammy Hayes 811 says Clint must be really messing up to be hiding from you the way they do.
As long as the backseat passenger.
Yeah, they do hide from me.
That's where.
We're back in Clute now. We're gonna record something here.
MVP Killer says Clute.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. We don't take off for spelling here. We're all typing on 6-inch screens, so.
Are you able to make me? Yeah, I'm almost there.
It's almost there. If you see lights in Clute, let me know, please. Let's check 288B.
203, 211.
Michael Williams 2021 says they slam people in jail so they are crooked cops.
Are you able to make me?
J Maples _ says Clute you can only hide so long boys.
It's almost there.
Tater Tots 208 says typing on 6.7-inch screen while watching on big TV haha.
There you go.
Dashing Dasher TX says I'm on Dixie getting on plantation.
See, tell me if you
Wax
see anything
Hustler
like
80 says party 1 party 1 party 1 party 1
I'm gonna turn you down, Wax, only because I'm gonna turn you down, Wax, only because I gotta hear the traffic. Thank you so much for the bits.
211, I'm out.
He's out somewhere. I don't see anything on 288. Let's check the hotels.
1 party 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 1. Stream Elements says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 50 bits.
Thank you so much.
Little Bear 0420 says hey John, Pam, and Trunkies. Ha ha ha, I keep forgetting my subs up. MVP Killer says we'll be watching you. Smudge Proof Expression says while I missed a bit war hello Trunkies. Wax Hustler 80 says John muzzled me.
I had to, I couldn't hear the traffic. I didn't mean to, but thank you so much for the bits. I do appreciate it.
Mark the Mad Shark says cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Elements says Mark the Mad Shark just cheered 50 bits.
Mark the Mad Shark
Backensking says John, if you get a call to that house again tonight, could you please go?
I will do.
Wax Hustler 80 says anyone feel free to join Mark and I on a bit war.
They're competing, guys.
Murtzgold 2 Chain says I'm guessing. No, but is there any repercussions to the lack of comms and using? See notes.
Absolutely not. They can do whatever they want. No, they can do whatever they want. It's been a cat and mouse game for 6 years.
Jamie Nicole B says that's a bit annoying. What was it they called you guys the other day? LMAO.
We're good.
Backensking says thank you so much, John.
You're welcome.
You the man. And thank you, Pammy. TikiCat1961 says Frankersy 100 Frankersy 100.
With the 100
Stream Elements
bits.
says TikiCat1961 just cheered 200 bits.
Tiki Cat, thank you so much for the 200 bits.
Charles William Henry, 2788. Charles William Henry, 2788. I got an Avenue J, Neptune, Service 90.
Sarah Hubis says, are we going to a call?
I'm looking for a clue being shady right now. They're hiding from me.
718, copy traffic.
See if Facebook says anything.
Jamie Nicole B says, that's fantastic, by the way.
Get out of here.
Wax Hustler 80 says, Swiftridge, 1 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 Swiftridge.
Avenue J, Freeport.
Swiftridge, 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Elements says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 45 bits.
Wax Hustler with
Tammy
45
Hayes
bits,
811 says Clute causes weirdos, but they're the ones hiding and using C notes, shaking my damn head. Mark the Mad Shark says cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Elements says Mark the Mad Shark just cheered 40 bits.
Mark the Mad Shark.
Sparky FW says I'm not a weirdo, just a pervert. MVP Killer says I heard Clute, Freeport, and LJ are messing with the homeless again. Heard or seen anything?
They always mess with the homeless. It's a crime to be homeless here. While we have limited resources.
Mark the Mad Shark says haha John Blaine Wax the Bit Hustler.
0267, between 1775, 0267. Perfect.
718, copy 27.
17.
1775 0267, repeating 1775 0267.
Okay. So for sure. 5414 shows clear call back in service. And good night.
Wax Hustler 80 says, Mark the Mad Shark, we are annoying people again.
That's the sound of money, though. Without the bits, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing.
10-4, thank you.
I appreciate all the bits.
Garza, Hispanic female 2283.
Says JH
Current eligible service report.
Plantation.
Insurance confirmed on that 2012 Chevy.
Gotcha.
Expired September 25.
TX says tits where there.
Okay, I'm going my way.
10-4, thank you.
Dashing Dasher TX says that stupid phone.
Yeah, I got you.
Love 2345 says I don't see anyone complaining.
Nope.
Smudge Proof Expression says sound of support not annoying, I wish I could.
That's absolutely not annoying. Love the bits. Thank you guys so much. Your contributions help make this possible every night. I've been able to...
Wax Hustler 80 says Frankersy 1 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 Frankersy 1. Stream Element says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 50 bits.
Thank you for the
Real
bits.
Big Boat says ugh. Mark the Mad Shark says cheer 1 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 cheer 1. Stream Element says Mark the Mad Shark just cheered 50 bits. Dashing Dasher TX says fierce a lot of them. Pammy 9588 says the more it drives chat nuts the more she will send. Lol.
5534, can you contact Road and Bridge?
$54.17. You can show us out at Memorial. Clear what kind of equipment will you need?
A Gradle.
Street 9.
This is our suspension along Village 80 and 14-2024.
Assault 1 for the Salty ONES.
Oh, these guys don't sell gas here. Dang it. I thought they sold gas here. Ooh, you guys are falling. Hold on.
5 in Northfield. Roger, 5 in Northfield.
Hustler 80 says PJ Salt 1 PJ Salt 1 PJ Salt 1
95. 6.3 for fires. Just put that in front of the place.
Cars in park.
Houston 2 Charles, 808, check their status.
What's up, John?
How you doing, man?
Oh, not too bad yourself.
Oh, doing wonderful. Living the dream, man.
What the fuck is this guy? He follows us for recording.
I record cops. I'm here for you.
All you here for me?
I'm here for you. Yes, sir. I'm here to make sure your rights aren't violated. And I'm here to see if I can get some notes.
You don't like this guy?
No, they don't like me, man. They don't like me at all.
Hey, we sure ain't coming to see you. I can come.
Man, you need a ride? You need a driver? I think DUI.
For DWI.
If you need a driver, man, let me know.
Too drunk to drive. As far as what, am I even passing fast? They're not passing fail. But yeah, I mean, it's very clear not to drive. So I told him we do that's on him, make sure he doesn't drive.
If you want to let them just park it, I'll drive them all somewhere.
What's that?
If they need if you want to just let them park it, I'll drive them all somewhere.
You want to go with him? You were the passenger in the vehicle. It's your vehicle. If y'all want to leave it parked here, that's entirely up to y'all's business. And if you want to keep y'all
Yeah.
home.
Just don't drive the vehicle either way.
Alright, look, I'm right here at school. I don't know if you feel like driving out here, but they say that I'm too intoxicated to drive. I don't know if you feel like, but I mean, even if you come, but you can come get me, but even if you come get me, you're still gonna leave the vehicle here. That ain't roll too deep. You got two people.
I'm another person if you need another person.
I'm right here by Lamiki Corner. 501 South Main Street. Lamiki Corner, right here, like by El Jimador. Like right there before the light, after, depending on where you're coming from, after El Jimador or right before El Jimador. Where's he coming from? Yeah. No, it's a rare one. We're at a beta plantation. Yeah, I heard you, brother. Alright, clarify. He's talking to me and
There's 4 cop cars, man. That's a lot of cop cars, huh? If your tags are out, include now's a good time to go. Just avoid mantation and plate and.
Everything's good. You got anybody close?
Countryboy 23,123 says, hey Clue, fuck y'all and see notes.
It's a family show, Country Boy. It's a family show.
2,345 says, take her home.
She's got her, she's calling her mom and stepdad. Okay.
MVP Killer says it wouldn't stick. Yeah, they can do whatever they want, but it's not illegal to be drunk on private property unless you are causing a disturbance. Real Big Boat says classy. Ross TK19 says the C-Note should take his deputies how to drive, not worry about drunk.
That's why you're not driving too. He's not good either. Neither of y'all are good to drive. That's why we're calling y'all right.
Okay, let me talk here, bro. I know, but I'm
Hey, real quick, her mom and stepdad were coming. You want them to drive your vehicle and pick y'all up?
my little brother kind of. Yeah.
I did offer my services. No one seems to want my services, so we'll just document. Uh-oh. Hopefully, I parked right behind that person. Out of all the places I park right there. That just makes me an asshole.
No. Okay, so look, is that the reason why too? Because he doesn't have the same study? He's going for DWI.
You'll have a bond set up.
MVP Killer says Keystone Cops. Dashing Dasher TX says, I'm just eating my dinner by this pretty pearl carpet.
Yay, that car got out. I was worried about that.
Michael Williams 2021 says top secret location. MVP Killer says FTP.
That's right, always film the police.
Tater Tots 208 says, hey guy, that police car is recording your conversation.
That's right.
Jake _not_ loud says John farted.
I did not. That's rumors.
Squirrelli 420 says HFTCD. Sludge Proof Expression says he doesn't consent to a search. Will Ben 15 says always. Tazzy's my dog go says always film 50.
Always.
Pancake Guy 358 says John, what's the difference between Dewey and DWI?
That's the same thing.
Sparky FW says guilty as charged. I farted. Bayou Preppers 1 says cops are not your therapist. Tater Tots 208 says never talk in a police car. You are hurting your friend's case. Thomas 30,951 says John has warrants.
I don't have warrants.
We don't even have to do a test to see you're not fit to drive. You're very clearly intoxicated.
Will Ben 15 says, is that a rat?
No, I know that. That's why. I mean, he didn't have more to drink than me.
Alcohol hits people different. We don't know if he took anything before he had that alcohol.
I don't know.
Drinking 4 Loco and driving is never a good idea.
Just like 8 Locos right there.
Oh, me?
Yeah, he said he had 2 4 Locos. You had that up, that's 8 Locos.
Oh, no, I can't drink 4 Locos. 4 Locos are like,
Yes, they are.
they're fucking dangerous. Alright, so just like I was trying to ask the gentleman that the driver seat of the previous police vehicle.
Good.
Am I gonna be able to bond him out?
Yeah. After about 7 in the morning. Yeah, he'll see the judge in the morning. Send the bond. It's his first he did the idea.
That cat is sus.
After he sees the judge, he gets a phone call.
Cats always do follow me. I don't know.
Madison Lynn MO says the cat whisperer. Carlupic 77,641 says crime scene kitty.
Crime scene kitty?
Where are they coming from?
000 Big Dave 000 says let's walk over to the sidewalk for the next test. It's flatter. Tammy Hayes 811 says the cat can smell Gilbert on you.
Gilbert's my guinea pig for those that might be confused.
Aras 2K19 says he hasn't committed a crime. Why are the cops still there? Tater Tots 208 says why so many officers? Who is dangerous? I am the man says see note shift. MVP Killer says they want that truck.
It's 501 South Main Street.
Bayou Preppers 1 says because he wanted to come in a crime he wanted to drive off with his truck. The brand OJ says I think they are waiting for some to pick the truck up.
Yeah.
Bucks 43 says it's a nice truck. Tater Tots 208 says John are 3 of those cars to watch you. Or notes must be down. Boba Fett 271 says they probably gonna try to test his pickup driver.
The driver's already been
Wax
arrested.
Hustler 80 says they are waiting to get him for public intoxication.
Luckily they didn't actually.
MVP Killer says nah, it's a Dodge. Garbage.
Alright, so look, I got a question.
Dashing Dasher TX says they said he was allegedly intoxicated and can't drive. They arrested the driver for being allegedly.
Hello?
Tater Tots 208 says he was in a parking spot already.
Right there.
Tater Tots 208 says just turn the vehicle off.
So you signed for his bond, you're saying?
I am the man says they're gonna get him for P.I. John.
Nope, that's why we're staying.
271 says no.
If you tell them, they'll probably bond him out again. But if you don't tell them, they'll end up revoking his bond probably. So make sure you let him know that. If you get that bond revoked, you're going to be out that money.
Yeah, I'm right here. Look, turn in right here. He said I came in.
Staring at John's bulge. MVP Killer says they want him in the truck. Clearly or they'd have left by now. Carrie Shearer says there's someone else in there. That's why the truck is still on.
What's up, man? I'll take you, man. Take the truck wherever.
Tater Tots 208 says the truck is parked.
All right, you are good, man. Y'all have a good night.
Just gotta see what the female might wait on your mama, or she wants to go with y'all, or she wants to wait for.
Hey, I got somebody in the back.
Yeah, she's gonna wait on her.
MVP Killer says bro chillin' in back.
All right, guys, looks like we're all done here. Hey, I'm parked over there. Way back here, just so you know.
Twitchcraft_ says my guy walking about with a QR code on his shirt.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I need one of those. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put a QR code with my link tree on the shirt. Wonder how much that'll cost to make. Guys, if you're new here, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. We listen to the scanner. We record police interactions. We're in Brazoria County, Texas. We're about 50 miles south of Houston, right on the Gulf Coast. Guys, do me a favor and put it in the chat on all platforms. Let's see it. Light it up, guys. Always film 5-0. Always film 5-0. Let's get back to work, guys.
Tater Tots 208 says need a QR code on your car. Sparky FW says QR code for John Gray and Associates. Ambulance chasers for you.
It's going to be 2201 Yellowstone. We'll be trying to make contact.
Killer says back windshield QR code sticker. Yabba Dabba.
My caller advised that the female had a red shirt on and male did not have a shirt on.
50. Bucks 43 says I seen them on TT Shop. Bama Roll Tide 66 says she has to wait for her ride. Twitchcraft_ says always. Tammy Hayes 811 says Dr. John, is that girl planning on staying there waiting for a separate ride? Smudge Proof Expression says always film 5-0. The brand OJ says shirt is smart ass fuck. Tazzy's my dog go says always film 5-0. Bayou Preppers 1 says who was the lady standing beside you, John? Angie 416 says always film 5-0. Pancake Guy 358 says time to follow Cool. Wax Hustler 80 says always film 5-0. Melanie Syop 1784 says if they do field sobriety test do they still get blood work? Boba Fett 271 says cheer 1 Shamrock 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 1 Shamrock.
Thank you for so much.
Shamrock 1. Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 20 bits.
Thank you so much for the
271 says always film 5-0. Tammy Hayes 811 says they're going to end up arresting the girls.
That's why we're saying
Jane
right here.
__ says my wife can make you one if you send me the QR code.
Okay, I'll make it.
MVP Killer says now chick is stranded.
Wax
Hustler
we'll
80 says hot on my QR code idea. Dashing Dasher TX says I was in stealth mode beside the magic carpet lol.
I saw you.
Eating my Popeyes.
I saw you.
Proud Granny 73 says if you're going to do a QR code on your car, don't do it in sticker for them to hit on a magnet. Just a suggestion.
Gotcha. I'm gonna do it on my shirt.
2938 says dang they left her, wow.
I think someone's coming to get her.
Expression says I just looked it up, you can get the QR code for free through Linktree.
Gotcha.
I have a Cricut, we could make it easy.
Okay.
Melanie Syop 1784 says they will get blood work, John, or they won't.
They'll get the next step in that process.
They left her.
No, she had someone else coming to pick her up. I don't know what, that's a little bit confusing because they were all together, now everybody's separating, but it looks like she's got a ride. She's going to be good to go. Hugs all the way around.
Says, oh, okay.
Looks like we can get back to work.
D-Money 2025 says see if she need a ride.
I did. I asked
everybody. The brand
everybody.
OJ says I am sure their night is ruined after that.
Yeah. No, nobody wanted to ride. I did.
Squirrelli 420 says never trust piggers.
I agree.
Wax Hustler 80 says I offered Pam to help last night. MVP Killer says good job, John.
Thanks.
I am the man says follow them, John. Boba Fett 271 says Mr. Destructoid 1 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 Mr. Destructoid Destructoid 1 Mr. 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 Destructoid
the yellow house right next to the
1 Mr.
1814
Destructoid 1 Mr. Destructoid 1 Mr. Destructoid 1 Mr. Destructoid 1. Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 31 bits.
Thank you for the bits.
Tammy Hayes 811 says follow that cop. D-Money 2025 says oh okay. Chell underscore 125 says cheer 20. Stream
Thank
Elements
so
says
much.
Chell underscore 125 just cheered 20 bits.
Thank you for the 20 bits.
The brand OJ says El Mafo. Bandmom 2024 says John you should have a shirt made about something with his Trunkies like Trunkies Unite or something like that.
There you go.
Wax Hustler 80 says OMG how annoying lol.
That's the sound of money. And unfortunately the Camaro doesn't run on love. It runs on gas.
Smudge Proof Expression says hashtag Trunky Nation. Dashing Dasher TX says M mission accomplished. Top secret location discovered. Put that in your C notes and smoke it. The brand OJ says but that's a good sound.
That's the sound of money. Thank you so much everybody for the bits. I appreciate it. So as you can see, if you're new, if you're just joining us from one of the other platforms,
Bayou Preppers 1 says in hugs.
I'll turn the voices
MVP Killer
down.
says need to get you a Prius lol.
I'll turn the voices down when we're on scene. That way, if we don't capture the audio and video, it's completely pointless.
Okay.
So I'll turn the voices down. I leave the text-to-speech up while I'm driving for everyone's safety. It wouldn't be safe or wise at all to be reading the chat while I'm driving through town. So that's why I depend on the text-to-speech.
Swiftridge 1, 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 Swiftridge 1. Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 25 bits.
Thank you for the 25 bits.
MVP Killer says yeah I agree. TTS should be off on scene.
I'll turn it up if there's nothing else going on and we're just kind of... We're not trying to capture the audio, but the audio and video is the most important thing of the interaction, right? Without that, it's useless and we should just hang out and record red and blue light. So I'll turn you guys down when we get on scene.
We love the secured day.
And I also will turn you down when I have to listen to the scanner.
Bama Roll Tide 66 says we don't have C notes while driving.
No, we don't. We're not going to look at computers while we're driving. That's exactly right. You guys are falling down. When I get rich, I'm going to get a new phone
Lux
opener.
43 says Chicken Jockey.
Chicken Jockey.
Wax Hustler 80 says try hard, one 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 try hard, one. Stream Elements says Wax Hustler 80 just cheered 50 bits.
Thank you for the
Tammy
50
Hayes
bits.
811 says BC Scanner sponsored by Trunkies. Whipped Up Wishes says hey everyone.
Hello,
Wax
Whipped Up
Hustler
Wishes,
80
how are
says
you?
my bits look like the guy on the last call. Will Ben 15 says we are falling. Boba Fett 271 says PJ Salt 1 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 Stream Elements says Boba Fett 271 just cheered 19 bits.
Thank you for the bits.
Brandon Mitchell says stay safe, John.
Will do.
Stream Elements says thank you for following Haley _ the dinosaur.
Haley _ the dinosaur. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
You can also notate we're not hearing any disturbances coming from inside the home.
Mark the Mad Shark says Wax Hustler 1 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 Wax Hustler 1.
Alright, let's go see what Freeport's doing now.
You can also notate we're not hearing any disturbances coming from inside the home.
That's better.
Did you guys over
Looked
on...
Up Wishes says I'm working on some hard cookies tonight. 1 dozen for my daughter's Little Mermaid play and 2 dozen that will say thank you for a customer who's ordering them for her work peeps.
So did you guys over in Facebook think I quit? They're like, where'd John go? We've been live every night. You guys just have to, if you look at my bio, you'll see my link tree. You can find a link to all my other social media platforms. Right now we're live streaming on Twitch, Kick, Facebook, and YouTube. This is kind of the way we're going to do it every night now. That way never again will I be taken out by just one platform. And that's been my mission. They'll have to ban me across all platforms at once. So, I don't know, I said Twitch. I meant Twitch. I know.
28 to William Boy Frank 1695.
Smudge Proof Expression says we follow where you go.
Thank you.
Bucks43 says follow BC Scanner on Twitch and Kick.
And YouTube. And Facebook, hit the follow button for me. How you guys doing over on Facebook?
Bucks43 says in YouTube and Facebook.
C-Notes.
Texan Beast 2025 says I'm in Freeport. Boba Fett 271 says red light. 000 Big Dave 000 says face you twig. Bayou Preppers 1 says follow John everywhere.
Follow me everywhere.
Dashing Dasher TX says add any other apps John can pull out of the woodwork.
That's right. If there's a platform I missed that I'm not monetized on, please let me know because we'll get that one too. I've just been saving this Facebook page, waiting to make my comeback. Well, this is our comeback, guys.
Smudge Proof Expression says if I follow on Facebook, people can find the real me. That's scary. Sparky FW says John's OnlyFans launches next week.
No, we are not on OnlyFans yet. No, not doing that yet. I mean, maybe one day. I don't know. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not doing OnlyFans. Times aren't that, we're not that desperate yet.
MVP Killer says Blue Sky. Did they monetize?
I don't know.
000 Big Dave 000 says boot picks after dark. The brand OJ says we might see some OnlyFans tomorrow on Court TV.
Yeah, OnlyFans.
Texan Beast 2025 says lol. Dashing Dasher TX says oh only if he gets desperate.
Yeah.
Then it'll be boot picks.
Show me out at
Boba Fett 271 says OnlyFans that will be raining dollars.
I don't know about that. They'd probably pay me not to do that. Let's see what Freeport's doing.
Will Ben 15 says lol. Sparky FW says bootlicking on OnlyFans may be a little different.
Oh, yeah.
I am the man says Gulf of America.
Gulf of America.
Bucks43 says someone is touching me and I don't like it.
You guys be
None
nice.
Mother says hi family. Melanie Syop 1784 says is wacky warning Wednesday.
It is wacky
Boy
warning
Big
Wednesday.
900 2938 says Pam not guns let you out mom's basement STD that point. Texan Beast 2025 says John I'm tired how do I sub? Will Ben 15 says maybe it will rain tacos from out of the sky.
Maybe that would be nice.
MVP Killer says we just call it the Gulf around here lol.
Gulf
I
of
am the
America.
man says Freeport up ahead.
I see him.
Wax Hustler 80 says they ain't touching you right if you don't like it. Will Ben 15 says lol. Texan Beast 2025 says how do I sub?
You hit the subscribe button.
Noimnother says baking chocolate chip cookies made to batches didn't realize how much it makes. Texan Beast 2025 says I'm at Taco Bell. MVP Killer says click the sub button.
Yeah, you hit click the subscribe button. Or the follow button, depending on which platform you're on right now.
Dispatch left right 3, left harbor 4, you stay 3 on board, 1 hour 32, 631.
I don't know, which app are you on?
Roger, 3, left number East base.
If one of my mods can help Texan Beast with what he's trying to accomplish.
MVP Killer says love me some Boocies. Texan Beast 2025 says Twitch. Wax Hustler 80 says get a sub bun and put your favorite meat and toppings and bam you got a sub.
I think he's talking about a different type of sub.
Melanie Syop 1784 says click the live twice and you will see subscribe. Noimnother says think he's on purple. The brand OJ says LMAO. Bucks 43 says it's on the top of the screen on Twitch. The brand OJ says NEC notes Tongan.
Yeah, it's the...
Tammy Hayes 811 says you're not on TT. Seal Tape 1 says are you streaming in multiple platforms tonight?
Yes, we're on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook tonight. Which will be the way we're going to do this from now on.
OJ says chat needs to learn to read.
Yeah, which is the way we're going to do this from now on. I will work on getting Facebook text-to-speech too. I just got to do some research into that. That way I can hear you guys.
The brand OJ says sorry that was harsh. I am the man says we leaving Freeport John.
Yep. Don't tell him. Don't tell him we're leaving Freeport.
Stream Elements says Texan Beast 2025 just subscribed for 2 months in a row.
Texan Beast found the
John David 7390 says headed back to Clute John.
Yeah. I want to be center from these 3 towns that we're by now. We'll probably pull over. We'll save some gas. I'll read the...
Bucks 43 says I called them long.
Yeah, don't call them and tell them where we're going, guys.
Texan Beast 2025 says yay me.
Texan Beast, thank you for the subscription for 2 months in a row. Appreciate you.
Will Ben 15 says let's go to Saros. I am the man says C Note City. Bucks 43 says we are going to the moon, right John?
That's right. Let's go to the moon. Why not? How much gas could that possibly take? Now I can't stream this on TikTok because you're not allowed to drive on TikTok. I am on TikTok now too, guys. Make sure you follow me over there.
I am the man says Clute wasn't expected to see you, John.
They weren't really happy about it, I don't think.
I'll be clear my stop. Georgia on 4.
What?
Bucks43 says, link.
Hey, there's my link tree.
Ready, I'll be clear my stop. George 14.
10-4.
11 race back.
All 9, take them off there. Okay.
Bucks43 says, no cop. Nightbot says BC scanner is no. We listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
Hey, that's what we do.
Dashing Dasher TX says LJ has speed trap set up on LJ side of Plantation Bridge.
Gotcha.
Angie416 says, CA. Nightbot says Cash App extra good donations are appreciated but never solicited. If you choose to donate, they are non-refundable.
Alright.
Bucks43 says, ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what BC scanner streams.
I finally put the S on
MVP
it.
Killer says was just about to ask if LJ was behaving tonight.
Alright guys, everybody can get out and stretch for a little bit. I'm gonna put the car in park. Save some gas.
MVP Killer says get gas man.
Yeah, we got 300.
Tammy Hayes 811 says don't take your hand off the car, he will leave you. Backensking says thank goodness my legs were cramping. I am the man says that Honda lives there lol. Galo428 says hi Everu. Bucks43 says I am going to into UES the bathroom, don't leave.
Alright.
Jamie
I'll wait
Nicole
for
B
you.
says but don't drive off, then halfway down the road tell us to get back in. MVP Killer says oh you're good lol.
This other phone died on me.
Chasidid says hey John.
Hello to you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
J Maples _ says if you're new here always make sure within jumping range of the trunk.
Yeah, we
Pancake Guy 358 says I'm going in to get a Dr. Pepper so don't leave me.
I'm not gonna leave you.
I am the man says no coffee John. Bucks43 says okay I'm back in.
We're almost out of our drink actually. It's almost time to get another one. You're back in? Alright, good.
Noimnother says I have my EZ bake oven with me baking.
203 on out, George 14.
4.
J Maples _ says throw all the pee bottles out of trunk while we are parked guys. I am the man says baking in the trunk. Gale0428 says hi everyone.
Hello to you.
Glad to see so many tuning in during the day. Scoot over I brought Hawaiian. Chasidid says you're welcome. I missed your live last night bad. We had my father-in-law's funeral and the family was in shambles so we all went to bed early.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss.
Cheyenne MG says you have left me every time. I'm not getting out.
Just get out.
Pancake Guy
Trust me.
358 says yay I'm back, I got 2 Dr. Peppers from 4.50, good deal if you ask me. Angie416 says I'm staying in the trunk, I'm not getting left. MVP Killer says hot boxing the trunk. Jamie Nicole B says hey John,
Hi.
what time or will you be on for trial tomorrow? Gale0428 says Hawaiian punch and popcorn.
Probably around
Backensking
8.
says good idea, I'm hoping back in.
We'll be on about 8.
Backensking says hopping. Ad101 says John Gray marry her already.
Oh, we're going through a tunnel. We're going through a tunnel.
Bucks43 says I'm on the gas sign. Cheyenne MG says every time you leave me cops try to get me. Texan Beast 2025 says cheer 1000.
Texan
Stream
Beast.
Elements says Texan Beast 2025 just cheered 1000 bits.
Thank you so much for the 1000 bits. That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely out of the algorithm on Facebook. We'll get back on there.
Bucks43 says, John, I may have a bite of the hamburger next to you.
I don't know if that would be wise. I don't know how long that's been in here.
King 4486, black and color SUV by Chicken Salad Chick.
Alright, where? Alright, get back in, guys. Get
Texan
back in.
Beast 2025 says yes, so no prob always film 5-0. Chasidied says, oh no, your subs went down since I was on last.
That's alright.
Jamie Nicole B says, okay, cool, that was different, but I liked it. That trial would give me a headache though. Jamie Nicole B says, jump in. Texan Beast 2025 says, gas for pro law.
Thank you so much.
Pancake Guy 358 says, by Chicken Salad Chick is where the stop is.
Where's that at? I don't even know what that is. Chick-fil-A?
Dashing Dasher TX says, LJ, a Chicken Salad Chick by HEB.
Okay, thanks.
Tazzy's my dog go says, shit, wait, I'm running.
By HEB, okay.
Stephanie W 2025 says, no ads, I wished I could sub. Chiquita 3K says, hey John and Trunkies.
Hello to you.
MVP Killer says, I thought the chicken salad place was by Denny's. Bayou Preppers 1 says, John, have you ever filled in Clear Lake?
Yes.
Galo 428 says, chicken salad restaurant. They are good.
Where is it by? You're saying I'm gonna go with by HEB. I hope you guys are right.
Texan Beast 2025 says, I'm jumping around in the trunk. I finally subbed for 3 months and gifted John, my friend, for 15 years.
Thank you so much.
Stream Elements says, thank you for following Victoria Shepherd 89. Dashing Dasher TX says, go like you're going to Wendy's.
Okay.
Jamie Nicole B says, good thing the ads didn't come right before you said to get in, it'd be way behind haha. Texan Beast 2025 says, you're welcome buddy. MVP Killer says, mapped it, near HEB by Wendy's.
Okay.
Victoria Shepherd 89 says, it's by HEBN Tire Shop.
Thank you. Lake Jackson is blacked out right there. I'm, of course, a law-abiding citizen, observing all.
Tazzy's my dog Bill says, signs. Now I want chicken salad. Children says, thank you for following AW Soccer 21.
Thank you for the follow.
Gary Shearer says, I didn't even know we had a chicken salad chick.
I didn't either. Learn something every day.
Texan Beast 2025 says, McDonald's is taking forever.
I thought you said you were at Taco Bell.
MVP Killer says, oh yeah, it's good too. Stream Elements says, AW Soccer 21 just subscribed.
Thank you. With the subscription, thank you so much.
Chris Ellis 891,993 says, the sky is so pretty, John.
It's been cloudy for a while.
Texan Beast 2025 says, Taco Bell was closed inside. Stephanie W 2025 says, I'll sub when I can.
Well, thank you so much. not make this stop in time. We'll give it a shot. Oh man, yellow light.
Whipped Up Wishes says I'm eating some frozen Jack's pizza. Cheyenne MG says I'm not sleeping tonight. I napped from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
My guess is we'll get here right when they're pulling off. But we'll see.
Victoria Shepherd 89 says turn right. Fuents _ 991 says should have took a right.
What?
Will Ben 15 says turn green, turn green.
I thought you said it was by HEB. I never heard of this place, so.
Texan Beast 2025 says cheer 1000. Stream Elements says Texan Beast 2025 just cheered 1000 bits.
Thank you so much with 1,000 bits. That's amazing.
130 traffic.
I see him, guys.
Yeah, calling back.
Ooh, that's a speed bump.
MVP Killer says I think they were suggesting you cut through the back way.
Oh, gotcha.
Frank Robert King 4486, black color SUV, my chicken salad chick.
That traffic's obviously way behind.
Victoria Shepherd 89 says yes, the back road by softball field is faster.
Oh, that's all right. Okay, I got you. All right, so it looks like we got
Texan
here just
Beast
as the stop was
2025
over.
says Willie for the win.
Let's see what we got going on.
Chiquita 3K says ouch, that hurt.
Yeah, that was a big bump. All right, we're late, guys. All right, let's see if he'll...
Texan Beast 2025 says I gotta keep you rolling.
All right, we're
Bucks
late.
43 says ouch.
Sorry. Thank you, man.
MVP Killer says called it.
I figured we were going to be late. But see what's happening. What's it? Oh, chicken salad chick. I got it now. Never heard of that place. Let me turn on the defrost for you guys.
700 Black West Mulberry.
Hey, you can't park there. What's he doing, guys? Well, this is awkward.
MVP Killer says that strip mall changes businesses more than most people change their drawers. J Maples _ says are we having a stare down?
I'm not sure.
Bayou Preppers 1 says sup here.
Sup,
Wax
guys?
Hustler 80 says zoom in long.
Alright, let me zoom in. Let's see what he's doing.
Victoria Shepherd 89 says so true.
What's he doing over there? I have questions.
BS says suspicious activity.
That's definitely suspicious. Guys, we are listening to the scanner. In case anything else more exciting than this breaks. Let me turn on the big scanner.
Chiquita 3K says sus. J Maples _ says I don't see a handicap placard on his hips. MVP Killer says seems kinda Seuss. Carrie Shearer says what else is in that center besides chicken salad? Will Ben 15 says we see you copper. AW Soccer 21 says he's parked in a handicap. Call the tow company. Smudge Proof Expression says always film 50. Wax Hustler 80 says he's learning his next level of urgent notes.
Ooh, see it now.
Victoria Shepherd 89 says smoke shop. Tazzy's my dog go says we need the chicken salad place in Utah. J Maples _ says we still zoomed in. Will Ben 15 says zoom us out.
I did.
J Maples _ says NBM. MVP Killer says he decided to take an early lunch after seeing you, I bet. Will Ben 15 says okay.
Is landed East Base.
Chasidied says what is that clicking noise?
Roger 3 East Base.
20. I think it's a scanner.
Young George 6722. Keep Young George 6722.
C notes for location. I think the scanner's rattling on the dashboard. This is a really bumpy road, so let me see if I can fix that.
Smudge-proof expression says, have you ever got something on film that helped someone in court?
Yes.
Will Ben 15 says good stop.
C notes, I was right. Alright, the clicking should stop now. It was the scanner rattling on the dash. Alright, we'll let him make it now.
It's true, man.
Well, then I'll get rudder 1818.
I'm completely surprised he said notes.
Dashing Dasher TX says, John, did you notice not one PD had lights on that Dewey stop?
Yeah.
Can't look for lights include if they're not on.
Right. That's exactly what they're doing. That way I can't see them.
05 traffic.
Chiquita 3K says, anything exciting yet?
It's a typical night.
David Frank Young 7750. David Frank Young 7750. White and color. 700 block West Mulberry.
Dashing Dasher TX says, sneaky bastards.
18%.
Yeah.
Injuries confirmed on the 2012 dot. Expiring Gino 25. The void subject to the Lake Jackson.
Chiquita 3K says, thanks, John.
You're welcome.
That's great.
It's finally green.
Joe 327. One 658 11 6 Copy second.
Brazoria covered.
Copy second.
Copy second.
1830-2357 1830-2357.
Back and Sking says, John, did my dad say anything to you when you showed up? I miss a lot of it.
No, he didn't say.
He didn't.
Nope, he didn't say anything at all.
That page girl 3 says, hey John, Pam and Trunkies.
Nope, he didn't say anything. He acted like I wasn't there.
Are eligible and clear. Insurance verified manually on an 08 Chevy Silver. Registration showing expires December 22.
Guys, let's get another drink. I drank all my other one. I need everyone on their best behavior.
218 traffic. Stand by for 28 King Young George 6722. King Young George 6722.
That's fine.
Shakita 3K says, sure thing. MVP Killer says, yeah, respect the Buckies.
I'll be at C-Notes.
He'll be at C-Notes.
That's fine.
That traffic is delayed. Remind me to catch that up when we get back in the car.
Stream Element says, thank you for following K-pop_K-drama_lover.
Thank you for the follow.
K-pop_K-drama_lover says, what's happening? K-pop_K-drama_lover says, what's happening? Up Wishes says, P notes. MVP Killer says, fun fact, Bucky started in Freeport.
I thought it was Lake Jackson. It was wet. Remember the time I fell down on the wet floor? I gotta walk very carefully. Yeah, that was pretty embarrassing. I fell down on the live stream.
Oh, in the dark tampons. J Maples_ says, I thought it was Lake Jackson.
I think it was Lake Jackson. How are you doing, man?
Victoria Shepherd 89 says it was Lake Jackson.
I gotta mute you guys with music.
Says we are locked in the trunk.
Guys, sorry I had to.
Hustler 80 says get rolling papers.
I had to mute you guys. The music was loud.
K-drama_lover says monster drinks are really why unhealthy.
I know. I'm quitting tomorrow. I do you guys. There's music in there. Get in trouble.
Good.
Insurance confirmed on the 2012 Dodge, expiring June of 25. The boys convicted of Lake Jackson is going to have an eligible class.
Angie 416 says always film 5-0.
That's great.
Alright guys, I see we're lagging. I'm going to get out of here.
MVP Killer says technically it was first include 1982.
Joe 327.
Go ahead.
47, good.
Wax
1106568.
that monster and enjoy
110
never be a quitter.
65.
Whipped Up Wishes says don't forget to catch up the scanner.
Yeah, I did that right now. Should be caught up.
Copy second.
It's still way behind.
203, I covered.
Copy, second.
Victoria Shepherd 89 says Buc-ee's, the popular convenience store and travel center chain, was founded in 1982 by Arch Applin in Lake Jackson, Texas. Whipped Up Wishes says sorry sent that right as you were doing it, John.
That's alright. I'll take all the help I can get. Yeah, I had to mute you guys in there only because there's music and I'll get in trouble for that.
Mom 2024 says, but the first ever Buc-ee's was built in Clued on Old Angleton Road. Kpop_K-drama_lover says, is it Houston?
We're about 50 miles south of Houston.
MVP Killer says in 1982, he opened a 3,000 square foot store at 899 Oyster Creek Drive on the border of Clued and Lake Jackson. MVP Killer says from their website.
The more you know.
1311 South Gordon, Georgia license plate, Tom, George Mary, 7627.
Insurance, correction, insurance verified manually on an 08 Chevy Silver. Registration showing expired in December 22.
3690, San Charles David, 3690.
I'll be out at C-Notes. You guys, they're so ridiculous.
Philly Boy says you just drove by my aunt's house.
Ah.
MVP Killer says 43 years later and Tehi are nationwide. Crazy. Kpop_K-drama_lover says I think I should change my username.
It's up to you. Alright, they're back. There's C-Notes somewhere. If you see lights include, please let me know.
Michael Williams 2021 says 218 must be pulling everyone over.
Yeah, he is.
Wax Hustler 80 says that be out at C-Notes sounds so stupid.
Yeah. It's literally, they're doing it to troll us.
To a 2011 Cadillac, silver in color, registered to a Wanda Faye Adams out of Gwinnett.
Guys, we got 303 miles of gas left.
Michael Williams 2021 says the weirdo is the one doing it and he crooked shift. MVP Killer says hope they put something good where that jack in the box was. Philly Boy says are you a Clued PD cop or a Brazoria County cop?
I'm not a cop at all.
Chasidid says how many miles can you go on a full tank? JC.
About 300. I'm not a cop at all. I'm just a guy who holds a cell phone. Gosh, they would fire me my first day if I was a cop.
Sparky FW says, no cop. Nightbot says BC Scanner is not a cop. We listen to the scanner and record police interactions.
That's what we do.
Wax Hustler 80 says, no cop. MVP Killer says just a patriot with a phone cam.
That's it.
Chasidid says if you said 300 some miles, that's pretty good. My car can go 260 on full. Rylan OSU says, scanner. Rylan OSU says, CA. Nightbot says Cash App extra good donations are appreciated but never solicited. If you choose to donate, they are non-refundable.
Is Lincoln AVI out of Mr. Ida?
Yeah, thank you.
Rylan OSU says, scan.
47, we're good.
Guys, if just so that for the people on Facebook, so you know, you can go back and watch about 60 days of my videos.
K-pop_K-drama_lover says, do you know about motorcycle? Any recommendations for new starter?
Oh, no, not me.
P-Keel23 says,
guy.
hi John. I live in Brazoria County, but I'm in Florida with my girl from New York.
Oh.
Their family are cops and firemen. They are L9 Ving your stream. Cheyenne MG says, ads. Nightbot says watching ads are a way for you to support what BC Scanner streams.
Well, welcome in. If you're new here, my name is John Gray. This is BC Scanner. We're listening to the scanner. We're going to record police interactions. That's what we do. This particular shift include likes to play games with us. So it ends up being a cat and mouse game. They hide from me. I try to find them. Sometimes I find them,
the
sometimes
dinosaur
I don't.
says are a cop. K-pop_K-drama_lover says damn. Thank you.
I'm definitely not a cop. They would
K-pop_K-drama_lover says, is it legal though?
Absolutely. Gosh, I hope so.
38 traffic.
I hope so.
MVP Killer says I'm about to get out there and do this to John. Lucky Imam 22 says,
It's going to be out 1311 South Gordon, Georgia license plate, Tom, George Mary, 7627.
The dinosaur says, oh, what do you do? Whipped Up Wishes says, okay.
Just so you know, that if you do this, what I'm doing, it's not a matter of if you're going to get arrested, it's a matter of when you're going to get arrested. You will be arrested for doing what I do. I've been arrested 5 times doing this. I've never been convicted of a crime, though. But you will get arrested. You can't beat the ride. Well, Ben, thank you for letting me know it was a good stop. I felt like it was a good stop, too.
He's going to be out at CNET.
He's going to be out at CNET.
25, show me on 48.
Tazzy's my dog go says W laid off janitor 5,000 bits. K-pop_K-drama_lover says that's so cool. How you did? Well then that means it is illegal. Gale0428 says A. BandMom2024 says W laid off.
Laid off with the 5,000 bits. Thank you. I don't know why Stream Elements didn't tell me that. Thank you so much. It did not announce it for me.
Bucky Imam22 says W laid off. Thank YOU. TikiCat1961 says WTG paid off. Haley_the dinosaur says, well, this is cool. WillBen15 says it's 50 degrees here.
2011 Cadillac, silver in color, registered to a Wanda Faye Adams out of Gwinnett.
Chiquita3K says www. Michael Williams 2021 says it did you had it turned down.
I did? I had it turned down? Oh, I was talking at the time. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
BandMom2024 says, John, you gotta put laid off janitor at the bottom of the screen with everybody else.
Thank you for watching. They were honking at me.
Dashing Dasher TX says in Texas it is not illegal to film cops. They arrest him because he holds them accountable and they don't like it.
They don't like it at all, guys. Let's go up 288B. We'll go into Angleton, see what they're doing. Guys, don't tell them in Angleton we're going there, okay? Don't tell them in Angleton we're going. We'll keep it a secret. There's no way they'll know.
MVP Killer says in the it's not illegal to film cops.
Now you can't beat the ride.
Tazzy's my dog go says nope they never will know law. Haley_the dinosaur says where you going?
We're going to go up 288B and we're going to go into Angleton for a little while. Blue, you can use the radio now. I'm going to Angleton.
Trey Strong's 420 says, need more folks like you, man. Thank you for your dedication.
You're welcome.
Gale 0428 says SSSS, shit is a secret.
Yeah, it's a secret.
Haley underscore the dinosaur says, oh,
Insurance
okay.
confirmed on the 2020 Lincoln, blue in color.
Yeah, guys, don't tell them we're going to
Bio Preppers 1 says, are we getting any more rain in the morning?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the weather.
6509.
I'll be taking that email to the Valero where the stop was to look at the bike clear for beginning.
Says Lincoln AVI, Adam Victor Ida.
Damn, buddy.
Boba Fett 271 says, you can't film my clothes, they're private property.
All right.
Bio Preppers 1 says, if you're on public property, we can film anything we want. Haley underscore the dinosaur says, are you not tired?
I'm definitely not tired.
MVP Killer says, no. Supreme Court ruling says we can film public officials during the course of their duties. Haley underscore the dinosaur says, I'm tired.
Oh, no, I'm back in.
That's clear.
The vehicle occupied 2 times the national road, stand by 28.
That's Alvin.
Will Ben 15 says, I hate when my nose is plugged. Haley underscore the dinosaur says, have you ever got pulled over?
Yeah, about, I think 4 times I've gotten pulled over while live streaming. I've got 1 ticket and I beat it in court. That was in Angleton, as a matter of fact.
Show me on 48.
Bio Preppers 1 says Galveston pulled us over.
Yeah, Galveston that was the most recent one. I recorded 1 stop, they pulled me over right after, just to see who I was.
Fuentes underscore 991 says Alvin is hot, I just got pulled over.
Oh man. Well, I hope you got a warning.
Bio Preppers 1 says, and one time John got pulled over and turned the stop on the cop.
That was true. Yeah, my reverse traffic stop video, that was good. That was fun.
376 call.
There's a lot of calls in Alvin right now.
27 in row. That's clear. I'm setting up unit as well.
Cliff return.
Where's everybody watching from?
Interest confirmed on a 2014 Chevy Explorer, April of 26. Proceed the subject to the Lake Jackson and on eligible class C. No more.
Let me know in the chat where you're watching from.
Yabba Dabadoo says California.
California.
Chassidid says Lexington, Kentucky. Bayou Preppers 1 says River is trying to steal my pillow and I am on it. J Maples _ says featuring Worth. Tazzy's my dog go says Utah. Rylan OSU says Ohio. Tiki Cat 1961 says Washington. J Maples _ says Couch Law. Sparky FW says the future. Jamie Nicole B says Missouri. Lenadement says Freeport. Will Ben 15 says St. Paul Park, Minnesota. Boba Fett 271 says New York. J Maples _ says Fort Worth. Michael Williams 2021 says Georgia. Angie 416 says Mississippi. Laceup _19XX_ says Indiana. Dashing Dasher TX says I am in Freeport headed to Clute. MVP Killer says Lake Jackson. Helmicooker says Lake Jackson. Anthony says hello everyone. Bayou Preppers 1 says Danbury. Chiquita 3K says your trunk. Carrie Shearer says Jones Creek. Michael Williams 2021 says the Bulldogs Dogs County. DJ Talk 7 says Mississippi. Fuents _991 says Angleton Law. Noimnother says New Jersey. Caitlin Case says New Jersey. Victoria Shepherd 89 says Lake Jackson.
There you go. People from all over. Welcome in.
Bailey Hodge 21 says Mississippi. MVP Killer says lot of locals too. Good to see.
Yep. Turn on the defrost for you guys.
Michael Williams 2021 says John is from mom's basement.
That's right. According to my trolls, I live in my mom's basement.
Boy Big 100,938 says Georgia. Stephanie W 2025 says 5 ads.
Oh man.
Dashing Dasher TX says I'll be in Alaska in 30.
Alright guys, we're coming into Angleton now.
Bayou Preppers 1 says Big Brazoria County hugs.
Thank you, Bayou. Same to you.
Michael Williams 2021 says John back the blue 2LMAO.
Clear for a call. 27 en route. That's clear. I'm setting you up EMS as well.
Why is that so delayed?
MVP Killer says, link.
Yeah, guys, make sure you join my Discord group, too.
Caitlin Case says Zane watches you every night.
Well, thank you for watching.
Tazzy's my dog Go says, John, how does Angelton stay off the scanner? Only way to find them is to look for them.
Yeah, this is the only way to cop watch here. We have to find them. I just seen one going that way. We'll see if we can catch up. They do use the scanner when shit goes
Michael
bad.
Williams 2021 says, Discord. Nightbot says, join my Discord.
Yeah, guys, make sure you join the Discord group.
Kayla McCoy says, hey fam.
Hello to you.
Brandon Mitchell says, has anyone seen Ming Ling? Asking for a friend. K Moran 4300 says, hi friends, exclamation mark. Tazzy's my dog Go says, but don't they have to? Oh, only if shit happens.
Yeah. Yeah, when shit goes bad, they have no choice.
On feed.
Tazzy's my dog Go says shady as hell. MVP Killer says your Linktree Discord link is expired.
Oh, I have to fix it. I hate it when it does that. I tell it never, then about once every 2 months I have to go and do another one. I'll update that tonight. How many of you guys are already in the Discord?
Brandon Mitchell says donuts used to be square. They cut the corners off for officer safety. Bailey Hodge 21 says I am. MVP Killer says I am on there. Just letting him know. Little Bear 0420 says me. Sparky FW says me and about 50 cops. Jamie Nicole B says me. Trisha's 88P says me. Dashing Dasher TX says pick me, pick me. Michael Williams 2021 says me. Angie 416 says me.
I'm gonna go check around this area over here.
Caitlin Case says I have Discord. Stream Elements says thank you for following L1 kilometer 7.
Thank you for
Carrie
the follow.
Shearer says me. Brandon Mitchell says what's Discord? Little Bear 0420 says Discord. Nightbot says join my Discord.
Apparently that link is expired. I'll fix that tonight when I get in.
Little Bear 0420 says, oh sorry, my bad.
That's alright. No, you were doing it right. I'm the one that has the problem. My Discord link expired. I always tell it never to expire, but it expires anyway. Silly me. Yeah, this is the area.
MVP Killer says Discord sucks about that.
Right, makes me look silly. Alright, we're on Cemetery Road now.
Michael Williams 2021 says it's where John and Pam announce if we go live or not.
Yeah, I try to give notifications in there if I'm not going to go
Little
live.
Bear 0420 says I hate when it does that.
So you know what I'm talking about. You set the link to never expire. And then it's still expired.
Chasidid says I just noticed that y'all's stoplights go from left to right and here it's top to bottom. So weird to watch law.
Someone mentioned that yesterday.
Okay. 05416-433, clear for second.
Good.
1207-0367.
Clear.
GRG_X Dewey X says they're vertical in co. Chasidid says I was just watching it to go green on bottom and it went to the right instead lol. MVP Killer says yeah they go up and down in some places in Texas, but down here they almost always horizontal. Little Bear 0420 says yeah. It does it with my notifications. I set it to have all my notifications come through and then I checked a couple days again and it said never. Little Bear 0420 says I was like him okay. Tazzy's my dog go says in Utah they are up and down.
Don't try that at home. I am a trained professional.
The homeless Nana says hey Trunky family.
453, 447.
Says good stop.
Thank you so much.
Good, we're going to work on the thing here in a second.
The homeless Nana says sorry I'm late. Here's my tardy slip.
Better late than never. You guys thought I gave up on Angleton, huh? Alright, this is a good stop.
The homeless Nana says been in bed sick all day
Oh, I hope you feel better soon.
Will Ben 15 says good stop.
Thank you, Wild Ben, for letting me know.
Michael Williams 2021 says Discord. Nightbot says join my Discord.
Michael, that link has expired.
Ready for return? Gerald Hawk and the John Kellum both have deals that are not clear and expired. They're both clear ones.
Clear thing.
27, I'm good.
Tony de Almeida 3 says hey everybody. Hey John, how's everybody doing today?
Doing wonderful, how are you?
Jamie Nicole B says wait, was that Karen Reed's trial? I just came across a series called The Trial of Karen Red, which is weird after watching this morning.
Yeah, that's
Michael Williams 2021 says someone was asking me how to get in Discord.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'll get a new link. Hold on, maybe I can. I don't know if I have time to do that during the stream. If a mod can go copy a new link, they can get there.
Tony de Almeida 3 says I'm good, thank you. Will Ben 15 says I am going to bed.
Good night, Wild Ben.
Simply_Brit says howdy trunkies.
Hello to you.
Will Ben 15 says good night everyone.
Thank you for watching over on Kick.
Tony de Almeida 3 says put it in the chat always film 50.
Always.
Jamie Nicole B says have you watched the series John?
I've not watched the series. I watched the entire first trial, and now we're gonna be
Will
watching
Ben 15 says you're welcome.
We're gonna be streaming from Twitch tomorrow during the day, covering that trial. I know it's not the most exciting. We only had about 50 people watching today.
Angie416 says, good night, Will Ben. Cheyenne MG says that's the Discord link. Just copied it.
Yay.
Will Ben 15 says, don't forget to do your tire tomorrow.
Yeah, I need to do that.
The homeless Nana says, what is the trial for?
It's a trial of a lady who's accused of unaliving her cop boyfriend.
J Boogie 1620 says, around what time tomorrow?
About 8 a.m. This light's yellow. I'm going to stop at it. Guys, we seem to be the only vehicle on the road right now. We're probably the only suspicious person right now. Does everyone else have to play this constant game down here?
Cheyenne MG says, good stop.
Thank you. Does anyone else have to play this constant game with defrosting your window down here? Or is it just me? Sure gets annoying. Tomorrow I'm gonna
watch. The homeless Nana says, me too all the stinking time. MVP Killer says, is suspicious a misdemeanor or felony?
I'm not sure.
John David 7390 says, yes it does. Dashing Dasher TX says, I'll be 5 hours into my road trip to New Orleans when you go live.
Ah.
Yabba Dabadoo says, too many trunks making your windows all messed up.
Probably. Y'all stop reading back there.
J Boogie 1620 says, just you, do you have the AC on? Yabba Dabadoo says, trunkies.
I really never ride around with the AC on. I'd rather roll the window down than have the AC on.
Chiquita 3K says, I was not in the room. Are you going to be live in the again for the trial?
Yes,
Simply underscore Brit says, holding breath. Oh, I'm blue. MVP Killer says, we are all breathing heavy back here.
So guys, this is the new format we're going to use across all platforms all the time. What do you guys think of it? This way you can just pick your favorite.
We show close patrol 48 and 90, check and pick.
The people on Facebook say I don't do Twitch. People on Twitch say I don't do Facebook.
Okay.
People on YouTube say I don't do Facebook. Or I don't do this. So this way everybody can watch on your favorite platform.
Tazzy's my dog go says, love it.
It's funny because I run into people all the time. They're like, dude, you quit, man. You quit. I didn't quit. I just have not been on the platform you like.
2300 says, I'm so excited. I'm taking my boyfriend to dirt track races Saturday. She's never been. I grew up going to them. MVP Killer says, best way to do it TBH.
See, well, you can race right now.
See if I can get that.
Linnea underscore Monet says, tell them to step out of the box for a change.
They don't. People don't leave their favorite platform. They just don't. The only platform we won't be doing this on is TikTok. Not in this format.
MVP Killer says there must be a way around that TikTok policy.
There's not. If I get one more ban over there, my account's gone. I fully expect that account will be deleted very soon. That's why I jumped ship over there. I'm just gonna wait till the account warnings go away. Until I make another video. If I get one more ban, they're gonna delete. I may surprise you.
MVP Killer says not big loss then I guess law.
Yeah, if I get one more ban, it's gone. And it's so easy to get a ban over there, so.
The homeless Nana says, John, did you see who is watching on your FB?
I did not. Who's watching? I gotta work on getting the Facebook text-to-speech too. So I can interact with you guys better.
I'll be en route to that George 1-4 location.
Chasidied says, what is your FB name? I can't find it.
Oh, it's Brazoria
the
County.
Homeless Nana says infinite.
Oh, Brazoria County Scanner on Facebook.
The homeless Nana says he's asking you to unblock him.
Okay. Well, we gotta have a conversation first. I'll talk with them tomorrow. Now this has been my plan the whole time, is to multi-stream. Just took me a little while to get it all set up.
The homeless Nana says I'm just relaying the message since you can't see it. I just opened it on FB to see if it worked over there too, and it does.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get that sorted out where I can see that as well, or hear that as well. I just can't look at the chat and drive. It'd be a crime, and B, it would make other people unsafe and me unsafe. And I would never do anything unsafe. It's against all platform policies to do that. Alright, looks like Angleton doesn't have anything going on.
16, secure the back.
Sorry, Carlos. I'll close patrol 48 and 90, checking clear. Clear.
Two David 805 off duty.
David 805 clear.
Is the Facebook chat showing up in the multi-stream?
08729-388. 08729-388.
Hey, it's me in the chat.
What?
That's me.
Mom 2024 says, where is everybody tonight? Is it just me and the homeless Nana thought her up in the trunk? Tony de Almeida 3 says, where is all the picky piggy cops today?
Not sure.
The homeless Nana says, what multi-stream?
You won't see it on Twitch. But on all the other platforms, you can see the chat from all the other
Cody
platforms.
Scarber says hello.
The homeless Nana, we're broadcasting on all platforms right now at the same time.
I am the man says, where we going, John?
We're gonna go back down 288B. Record everything here in between.
The homeless Nana says even TikTok.
No, not there. We can't do this on TikTok. I'm tired of playing games that disguise the fact that we're going from scene to scene, so it's too hard. They do nothing but ban me every time I open my mouth. They're not big John fans over there at TikTok.
MVP Killer says yes, something happened to TikTok. It's becoming garbage.
Yeah.
216, clear on my notes.
Clear on the notes. Is everybody clear on the notes? That's my question.
I'll be en route to that George 14 location.
Oh, they've come up with secrets. They've come up with a way to give locations without me knowing. If you see lights include, let me know.
J Boogie 1620 says clear on the notes. Nunu Baby 27 says hi John.
Hello to you.
Tazzy's my dog Bill says so now secret location. Yeah. Little Bear 0420 says there's a new one, look into it. Only know the name but it's called Rainbow. Bayou Preppers 1 says I am back.
Well, at this point, if I can't get a stream key, I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm not gonna play with these other little apps that don't give me a stream key.
Nunu Baby 27 says I came in late, I was in the hospital with my baby.
Well, I hope you feel better soon. Hope the baby feels better soon anyway.
Little Bear 0420 says yeah, I know nothing about it. I just heard a streamer that I will watch on TikTok talk about it. Michael Williams 2021 says clear on the secret notes and classify notes. Nunu Baby 27 says thank you.
That's Brazoria.
Okay, 06. We show Garden Meadows subdivision checked and clear. No, sir.
Guys, put it in the chat.
Bayou Preppers 1 says always film 5-0.
Always.
Nunu Baby 27 says always film 5-0. Yabba Dabadoo says always film 5-0. Little Bear 0420 says always film 5-0. Angie 416 says always film 5-0.
You guys know the deal.
Mr. Donor is going to be the driver. You just
Chiquita 3K says always put it in park.
That's actually good advice too.
Michael Williams 2021 says always flim 50 and see notes for our location.
Yeah, put it in park is excellent advice. Yeah, about 3 weeks ago, I got out on a stop and forgot to put the car in park.
Little Bear 0420 says fuck C notes.
Family show. It's a family show.
Van Mom 2024 says always film 50. Tony de Almeida 3 says always film 50.
So, out of Oregon is eligible and clear.
Little Bear
Insurance
0420
unconfirmed
says
on the
sorry
21
guys.
Lexus Black.
Family show.
Nunu Baby 27 says I tried to follow you on Kick but I couldn't find you.
BC
Linnea
scanner.
_ Monet says I'm a little late commenting this but maybe they don't realize they can watch you on Twitch while scrolling through Facebook.
If you're looking for me on Kick, type BC scanner without spaces. No spaces in between BC and scanner, you'll find me.
8567.
Superman Crisp says hi everyone.
Hey Chris, how are you? Where are you at tonight, Chris?
Nunu Baby 27 says thank you so much, John.
Did you find me? You can also look at my link tree. There's all the links are in there.
Superman Crisp says just came to say hi. My AC went out and it's hot.
Oh man.
Superman Crisp says Iowa.
Iowa?
Clear my call. This is Sam Paul location.
Cherie Cherry Cuneo says I was listening to the scanner earlier and there was all kinds of stuff happening in Angleton.
Tom George Lincoln 4729.
Listen.
Superman Crisp says drop at 430 and then pick final load up to go to Texas.
Yay. Are you gonna stay home for a while?
Superman Crisp says 4 days.
There you go. Seems like you haven't been home in a long time. How many people are watching on Twitch?
Superman Crisp says 7 weeks.
7 weeks. I knew it's been a while. How many people we got watching on Twitch? I hide the viewer
Lulu
count.
Baby 27 says I found you on Kick. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Little Bear 0420 says 168. MVP Killer says about 170. Tammy Hayes 811 says 167.
That's amazing.
We show Garden Meadows subdivision checked and clear.
Guys, we made Twitch partner in 3 months.
Superman Crisp says 167.
Twitch partner in 3 months. That's pretty good, right? Kicking ass over here. Peep my purple check mark.
Cherie Cherry Cuneo says that's awesome. Tony de Almeida 3 says 174 views. Little Bear 0420 says proud of you, John.
Thank you.
Superman Crisp says excellent.
Guys, we might lag over here. I'm gonna go. We're back in Clue, by the way.
Well, we just read the treasure. 03 LV 108.
Registered owner is going to be the driver you just gave me.
Guys, listen how hard they're hiding from me.
That's clear. Okay, what's it?
Alright, so now our mission is going to be, we're going to find somebody from Clue, just follow them.
Go ahead, Osix.
Clear on the
Superman Crisp says gotta go to bed. I have to be up in 4 hours. Starting to storm and it's perfect time to sleep. I am the man says what time we clocking out, John?
Pretty soon.
Very good.
Don't try that move at home.
That's clear.
I am a trained professional.
Go out of Oregon is eligible and clear. Insurance unconfirmed on the 21 Lexus Black.
I usually stream every night until 1 or 2.
Bucky Imam 22 says yes, it's amazing and so proud of you. I've subscribed for the 4-month today. You have accomplished so much in 4 months.
Life Flight 7 North Base, Life Flight 7 North Base. Need you to respond to Herman Cypress, Hotel 155, going back to...
Be unable to confirm at this time.
Unable to confirm. That's all then. Life Flight needs to be a little quieter.
North Base for Hotel 155.
Superman Crisp says Ashton Oaks.
I don't know what the names are of these. I think it's 55. The Life now?
Superman Crisp says good night everyone.
Good night, Chris.
Did the caller provide any other statements?
Dashing Dasher TX says I'm punching out. 3 a.m. will come way too quick for me.
There you go.
Stay safe and always stay feisty.
All right,
also, fuck C notes and CPD.
Thank you, Dashing Dasher. Uh-oh.
They didn't have very much information. $413, you can show us Collider back in service. 1 confirmed. Dead on scene. And scene was handled by PD.
Michael
03,
Williams
clear on call to
2021
Sam
says
Paul
check
location.
close patrol checking clear.
4.
Yeah.
Angie 416 says good night Dashing Dasher.
Tom George Lincoln 4729.
4. It's going to be clear.
Cool.
Michael Williams 2021 says they could be doing close patrol instead of F off with their notes.
I think it's our turn to go.
28.
Go ahead.
King Sam John 7475. King Sam John 7475.
That plate comes back to a 2012 GSC white color to be ported to get used in Figueroa to that address.
203 notes. I'm gonna finish checking this Sam Paul location.
4.
Queen 0. 780 Henry Queen 0. What?
Mom 2024 says 203 C notes bullshit.
That's a supervisor.
February 27th.
430.
03, I'll be 10-8. St. Paul, George
5070-3999. 5070-3999.
That's clear.
48, get a battery on that. Repeat that, 28. Stand by.
Little Bear 0420 says, do they do C
Go
notes
ahead,
even if you're not out or as soon as you go out?
We
start
show
using
Garden
it.
Acres subdivision.
As soon as I hit the live, they do the C notes. Don't believe me? Listen to the scanner tomorrow. Before I go live. That's why I don't announce when I'm going live. This is an entire shift.
Friends
full
in
of bad
Code
cops.
says hello, John and all.
Hey, Friends in Code. We're multi-streaming tonight.
430. Sorry, it comes back clear. ID only.
Unable to confirm at this time.
Friends in Code says, sweet, I offer a service for that now smiley face.
7506. 32.
I am the man says C notes up ahead.
Go ahead, Open. Show District 3, check and clear. There.
On the pair, please.
Michael Williams 2021 says they probably be lick the supervisor ass. Friends in Code says hi to the other viewers on the platforms.
Friends in Code saying hi to everybody.
I am the man says they're really hiding John.
Yeah, that's
Friends in Code says excuse me various platforms. That is. Little Bear 0420 says hey from the Trunkies.
Hello. All right, let's everybody get out and stretch for a minute.
I am the man says don't give up looking for them, John.
Oh, I never give up. I haven't given up in 6 years. I'm not going to give up now.
718, copy special watch.
Angie 416 says hey friends in Code.
Go ahead.
8102, repeating 8102.
Friends in Code says how the cops acting tonight. Besides hiding on the scanner.
And they're hiding.
For 28.
Go ahead.
King Sam John 7475. King Sam John 7475.
11 return.
30, I'll be in off of the jail.
Freeport's eligible and clear. Insurance.
Confirmed on the 19 Ford Gray. Registration expired in August of 24. 4:30, that plate comes back to a 2012 GMC white in color to be Jorge Enrique Guzman Figueroa to that address.
Copy 28. It's going to be a Louisiana tag 780 Henry Queen 0 780 Henry Queen 0.
03. Is insurance confirmed? Okay.
What?
Insurance confirmed.
Alright, everybody get back in.
155, 3 on board, 2 hours on fuel, 614 around.
I am the man says how many traffic stops did we film so far today, John?
Roger 7, have you listened for Hotel 155?
I think one.
Yabba Dabadoo says hey he didn't forget us this time.
I said get back in. We're rolling.
Good 327.
4:30.
4153 7364 4153 7364
5070-3999.
Clear return.
Keep that 28.
Out of Jones Creek is eligible and clear. Insurance confirmed on the 19th.
Friends in code says yeah I am the dar running up the street to catch up. I am the man.
When they give you a new one, it's going to be 8 to 25.
Oh, okay. Saw me. You'll have to Oh, okay. Okay. You got any other questions or anything? No, I don't.
1,300 says we have one traffic stop and one.
But anyways, you take care. Y'all have a good one, okay? Yep, appreciate it, sir.
They're free, everyone. How you doing, man? We got anything holding? Nothing holding? Can I see the notes? Let me see the notes, man. I'm not going to show them to you. All right. Guys, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, guys.
Fuents_991 says stop hiding Matt. MVP Killer says what a joke. Friends in code says film 50.
C notes.
C notes.
Tony de Almeida 3 says always film 50 always film 50 fuck the kitty kitties wall. Friends in code says going back in the shadows. Tazzy's my dog Mo says always film 50. Angie 416 says always film 50. Chiquita 3K says usually they got every light flashing on them damn cars.
Right, they're leaving the lights off so
Bucky
I can't find them.
22 says always film 50.
Yeah, they're leaving the lights off so I can't find them, guys.
Flight number 2700, MRN 15026.
Light flight, you be doing too much.
Yeah, you're right. The picture was on email 95 never fit the game.
Yes. Keys and partnerships. 106, breathe in 22.
Not clear.
100%.
What do you guys think he's gonna do? That has some squeaky brakes on that.
The neuro ICU is going to be 643.
Dang, those
I
brakes.
am the man says crazy how he didn't have his lights on for that stop John.
Right.
Nunu Baby 27 says go back to the station.
Think he's gonna go back to the station? We'll see.
Friends in code says I think he going to try to shake John.
Ooh, there's a deer over there.
Bandmom 2024 says those brakes sound bad.
Those are my
MVP
brakes,
Killer
guys.
says oof, wear indicators.
Did you guys see the deer?
Carrie Shearer says that's how you know they watching. No lights. Little Bear 0420 says well maybe they need to go fix the brakes. I am the man says brakes are bad, John.
Those aren't mine, just so you know. Those are the Unit 861.
Ben Mom 2024 says I did not see the deer. I never seen the deer. I want to see the deer. Friends in Code says I saw the deer.
You saw him? That's why I always slow down when I go over there. There's always deer. Oh dear.
125, copy passport, intoxicated driver.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I have to do the speed limit. I might not be able to keep up
Lulu
with
Baby 27 says why is he speeding?
I'm not sure. I'm doing the speed limit,
They
so.
were swerving all over the road on East Highway 6, headed westbound.
Oh, I know what he's going to do. He's going to go up here and pull off.
Friends in Code says right hand side right up against the trees.
Yep, so he's going to go up here and pull over.
MVP Killer says yeah they like that field along down.
I always watch for him. He's going to go over here and pull over what I can't do. Guys, we got 282 miles of gas left.
48 turning vacuum.
Alright, over the bridge. We'll go over the bridge.
Little Bear 0420 says is that him way up there?
That's him way up there.
Tazzy's my dog Go says be careful we hit an elk a few years ago and totaled our truck.
Yeah. Yeah, I always watch for them deer right there. Yeah, guys, I gotta do the speed limit, so.
Go ahead.
32 on now.
Alright, he's gonna get slowed down by a truck. That's funny.
I am the man says speeding for no reason.
No reason, and no lights.
153.
Friends in Code says amazing the deer are that close to the refineries. MVP Killer says wild hogs used to be a problem around here, but I think we've chased them out.
Insurance confirmed on the 19 Ford Black.
10-4, 1 caller so far.
Speed limit's 50, I'm doing 50.
I am the man says he's trying to lose you, John.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta do the speed limit.
Little Bear 0420 says John's chasing a wild hog right now long. Cherie Cherry Cuneo says no, the hogs are still around.
I'm probably gonna catch a light. He's gonna escape me. Alright, if this light stays green, we can stay on our mission, but I'm of course not gonna speed, because like I said, I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Jesus2845 says, do you still see him?
Yeah, he's right next to that truck up there.
203. C notes.
C notes.
10-4. Case number is going to be 907 or being 907.
Guys, how does one guy with a cell phone have so much power? Alright, if we catch the light, if we don't stay friends, yeah, C notes is code for John's out. We're not going to give the location so he can't find us.
MVP Killer says wonderful baby, like 10 of a starting cop watching too.
Right?
I am the man says don't they get in trouble for speeding with no emergency lights like that, John.
You guys, they get to do whatever they want.
Nunu Baby 27 says isn't he in front of the 18-wheeler?
Yeah, he's right in front of us. Oh man. Alright, so the truck's going the other way, good. Alright, if we catch this green light, we'll be fine. Oh, he's turning, guys. Thank you for watching. Alright, we caught up. We caught up some ground, guys.
MVP Killer says no, they are sovereign citizens, the laws don't apply to them.
Alright, they only apply
Corey
to us.
in real life says thank you for the raid the other day.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it.
No problem at all. Welcome. Welcome over here.
Sparky FW says someone is gonna die one day because of this C-Notes shit. It'll take one relatively minor delay caused by them not specifying a location.
Yep. They've already ran into me.
Go ahead,
They've already ran into me looking at their
Alicia
computer.
Post Patrol 34.
Jesus2845 says you got good vision, John.
Oh, I have horrible vision. Thank you, though, for the compliment. One day when I get rich, I'll give me some glasses. Alright, we're going that. Good turn signal usage there. I'm going to come to a complete stop, of course.
Drive 0002.
I am the man says, are they still running that guy name every 15 minutes still, John?
Yes, they'll do that. Watch, if I mention Hart's name, they're going to run Hart. Hopefully they're not running
MVP
Hart.
Killer says you think he is walking the dog.
They were swerving all over the road on East Highway 6 headed westbound. Stated that they pulled into the Exxon right there by Burger King. License plate is going to be Tom Sam Frank 7944 Mercedes-Benz.
10-4.
Turning back.
Whipped Up Wishes says cute, what are you so scared of a camera for if you're not doing anything wrong?
Crash 7 at Cypress.
Ryan152793 says, is he going to a call?
Don't know. They're the top secret
Prince
police,
underscore 991 says, damn, let you not have a complete stop and they'll stop you.
Yeah. I'm not sure where it's going.
208 Oak Allison Road. Reference just suspicious. Other states here, 2 possible gunshots in the area just north of 208 Oak Allison Road near the Bayou
says
Bridge
there's
area.
no mute or pause on John's camera. That's why they're so
133.35.
scared.
And my delete button's broken, so it's been broken for years.
30 clear. Mount is going to be 74766, 74766. Trip is 0.8.
Angie416 says Corey in real life said thanks for the raid the other night.
I heard him. You're welcome.
Go ahead.
06291567, 06291567,
So when they change up their tactics, we gotta change up ours too. Unfortunately, this is the way I have to cop watch and Clute now.
54-4.
2538.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, is everybody still in the chat?
There's a few people still up. Give me ones if you're still awake.
Are you seeing anything over there?
That's clear.
Most of the people have went
Whipped
to
Up
sleep.
Wishes says still here.
10-4.
Corey in real life says 1. Whipped Up Wishes says 1. Backinsking says 1. MVP Killer says no in the trunk. Bayou Preppers 1 says 1. That
That's a
Page
lot of
Girl
ones.
3 says 1. Simply underscore Brit says 1. Tazzy's my dog go says think he is the decoy. Points underscore 991 says 1. Log Drivers Waltz says 1. Chasidied says 1. Tazzy's my dog go says 1. Little Bear 0420 says 1.
Alright.
Chiquita 3K says 1. Whipped Up Wishes says still decorating cookies lol. Angie 416 says 1. Jesus 2845 says 1. Laid off janitor says 1. Bandmom 2024 says 1. Tony de Almeida 3 says 11,111,111.
Laid off janitor
Sparky
with 1,000
FW
bits.
says Uno. RTK underscore 1414 says 1. Bayou Preppers 1 says I am still here. Michael Williams 2021 says 1.5. Laid off janitor says seems good 1,000. Stream Element says laid off janitor just cheered 1,000 bits.
Laid off janitor.
MVP Killer says 190 viewers on Twitch too by the way.
Laid off
Lucky
janitor
Imam
with
22
1,000
says
bits.
1 yet
Thank you.
still here being a lurker. Laura Miller 37 says 1. David 041873 says 1.
Guys, W's
Carrie
in the chat
Shearer
for laid
says
off
1.
janitor.
Little Bear 0420 says I work at 9 a.m. but I'm here till you get off. Bucky Imam 22 says W laid off with the 1K bits. Thank you.
1,000 bits. Thank you
Little
so
Bear
much.
0420 says W laid off janitor. Victoria Shepherd 89 says 1. Chiquita 3K says WWW. Angie 416 says W laid off janitor. Tammy Hayes 811 says 1.
We show Post Patrol 34, checked and clear. Clear.
Sorry for headphone warning.
Bandmom 2024 says WWWW laid off. Bayou Preppers 1 says where are we heading to?
We got 137 Holly Street, crosses Birch Street and Weetag Street. Female is
18 clear on notes.
Nunu Baby 27 says where did the officer go?
He's right there.
Tony de Almeida 3 says John, did you get your Monster Energy drink today?
I did. Just got one.
$55.35 clear power.
All right, guys. Usually these big ass speed bumps make the camera go down, so I'll try to keep it up.
Nunu Baby 27 says sorry I didn't mean to type rat. J Brian 2383 says hello.
Hello to you.
Nunu Baby 27 says that.
He's gonna wake up the whole neighborhood with his brakes. All right, guys. What do you think he can patrol?
MVP Killer says I think this cop is taking you for a ride.
He definitely is. Guys, what can he patrol going this fast? Do you think he can see anybody breaking in your windows right now? If there's someone breaking in your windows, is he gonna see it? What do you guys think? 'Cause I don't think he can. What do I know? I'm just a guy holding a cell phone.
Tony de Almeida 3 says no. It's Myron Baby says he's trying to escape from the trailer park. Backensking says no. Whipped Up Wishes says def not. Tazzy's my dog go says hell no. Melanie Syop 1784 says he's lucky there are no kids outside.
Right. I think
Tony de Almeida 3 says he's trying to escape from you.
Yeah, he's definitely trying. He did successfully escape from me, by the way. Because I'm going to do the speed limit, which is about 10
MVP Killer
miles.
says I think he is wasting tax dollars to evade or occupy you.
Yes.
Nunu Baby 27 says he is trying to make sure he escaped you. Jesus 2845 says wow why is he speeding in a trailer zone?
Yeah, and it's 10 miles an hour here. Look, guys, he's nowhere in sight. He's nowhere in sight. There's a cat
David
over there.
041873 says hell you hear him a mile away with his brakes.
Oh, that's true. Let's put the windows down and listen for the brakes.
Melanie Syop 1784 says is that the supervisor?
No.
J Brian 2383 says he is gone. Whipped Up Wishes says too dangerous. It's Myron Baby says got some evasion skills. Slip 007 says can they stop you for mischief or something for following a cop for that long?
I hope
Tony
not.
de Almeida 3 says Piggies maybe he's going to Dunkin' to grab some
All right,
donuts.
guys, which way did he go? Let's see.
Melanie Syop 1784 says was he at the Dewey stop earlier?
Yes. All right, so we lost him, guys. I am not going to drive through this trailer park faster than the speed limit.
MVP Killer says wasn't he a corporal? Rylan OSU says 1.
I mean, if some people don't like that,
Go ahead.
you have the right to redress your government.
Are you seeing anything over there?
We lost him, guys. He won. He won this round.
Temple.
Little _ unit says what is a trailer home? Like traveling trailers. There are so many cars and the homes are so long. Whipped Up Wishes says he's probably so proud of himself and put so many people at risk doing it.
Right.
J. Bryan 2383 says 1. Tony de Almeida 3 says 1.
Do you think the police chief would be proud of that or not? If he was to hear about that guy speeding through the 10-mile-an-hour zone, the brakes are already out on that vehicle. Or going out. There's no way in hell he's going to be patrolling that area.
Baby 27 says he would be mad.
Maybe he would be mad.
J. Bryan 2383 says 1.
Maybe he would be mad.
Tony de Almeida 3 says maybe he would be mad.
I'll let him go first.
When are you clear on the hostile weapon?
Alright guys, where to stand? Where to stand? You get to go. Go, you got the right of way. And we're at a standoff here, guys.
Melanie Syop 1784 says he shouldn't even be driving that vehicle with the brakes.
Guys, he wouldn't even go. Alright, we got our next guy.
Yabba Dabadoo says lol. Michael Williams 2021 says, do you know the chief personal?
I know
Bio
of him.
Preppers 1 says WTF. Yabba Dabadoo says he don't want you behind him.
Right,
Tazzy's my dog go says lol stand off. It's Myron Baby says he's okay you ain't following lol.
Alright, he's trying to lose me. He's trying to lose me. Sorry guys, that's loud. Alright.
Cherie Cherry Cuneo says that's probably the same one lol. Tony de Almeida 3 says lol.
Guys, you can't make this stuff up.
At 137 Holly Street, crosses Birch Street and Leapack Street. Female is saying that she doesn't feel well, being uncooperative. Time found.
Tazzy's my dog go says Jesus Christ cute. Melanie Syop 1784 says just don't speed.
I would never do that. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Alright, now we're in a
Tazzy's my
proper
dog
order.
go says can't make that shit up. Sparky FW says the tone is the sound of money for John Gray and Associates. Chieneg 2300 says did you find him again?
Yeah, he's right in front of us. I mean, I just had to do the obnoxious turnaround at the post office there. Alright, he's got, this is, I think it's a supervisor, I'm not sure.
It's Myron Baby says this has some weird vibe to it.
So, I think what he'll do is he'll just take us for the longest ride ever. We got 283 miles of gas, we'll go with him. Obviously, note that the speed limit's 25 here.
Utah 27.
Utah 27.
Tony de Almeida 3 says John farted lol.
2457
J Boogie 1620 says don't try that at home. Yabba Dabadoo says was the supervisor one of them at the due earlier.
Yes. Alright, he said Utah 27.
And 9 says obey the law.
I'm definitely obeying the law. Alright, he's gonna take us on a wild goose chase. If my theory's correct, we're gonna go through the weirdest places ever.
Tazzy's my dog go says what is Utah 27?
They're just screwing with me. Yeah, they're literally just playing games.
Jesus 2845 says don't follow him into a trailer park this time, instead wait for him outside the lot lol. Bayou Preppers 1 says always follow clue cops.
This is the game we have to play now, guys.
David 041873 says I'd send the video to the mayor and ask how they're allowed to drive like that. Michael Williams 2021 says what is the number on the police car?
864.
MVP Killer says yeah, but if they waste their time playing with you, they aren't robbing citizens.
That's true. That's true. We're still doing our job. I hate this apartment complex. He knows I hate this apartment complex because of the potholes.
A 9 says I like this.
Yeah, very good.
Cherie Cherry Cuneo says they have nothing better else to do tonight.
Hernandez out of the city is eligible.
I hate this. I hate this place. It has the worst potholes
November
ever.
23. That Utah is showing valid and clear. Insurance confirmed on the 18 Hyundai Gray.
That's clear. I'll be out of this Boyd Charles sector for a minute longer.
I'll be out at this
Tony
Boyd
de
Charles
Almeida
sector.
3 says 3. Tazzy's my dog go says hold on Trunkies watch your head.
Yeah, that's the pothole from hell right there. If you get that one, you're screwed.
I'm out of 94 Cliff running.
David 041873 says I'd waited on him to come out. Moo Baby 27 says why would he be speeding through a parking a lot?
Not sure.
Carrie Shearer says watch the big holes.
Yeah.
Backensking says
we made
just
it.
banged mine ouch John.
Yeah, sorry. Knew that was coming, guys. I told you. I hate this apartment complex because of that. Alright, he's going to take us on a goose trip. We're going to play for a minute. Trust me, there's one thing he won't do at this point is go to a call. Or pull anyone over.
Cheyenne 2300 says I think I got a concussion now.
You'll have to file a claim on my insurance.
Medic 1, we have your location. No additional. Clear of sector Boyd Charles, 204.
Medic 1 clear. Clear.
Alright, good turn signal usage. I like that.
Evanberus Guleidman 985 says hello.
Hello to you.
Michael Williams 2021 says John Gray Associates Police Chaser 4.
When you clear on no possible weapon.
Alright, YOLO. You only live
J
once.
Boogie 1620 says good stop.
Thanks. Alright guys, we're going back here now.
Evanberus Guleidman 985 says how are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Tony de Almeida 3 says good stop.
Thank you. I don't know what he's looking for, but...
Melanie Syop 1784 says this is so funny.
I don't know. What is he patrolling going this fast? He's not even looking for anything. Literally just a waste of money. Your guy's money. He's wasting your guy's money. You're saying, but I'm in Butte, Montana.
Michael Williams 2021 says John Gray Associates Ambulance Chaser for you. Sparky FW says the good stop thing just sounds patronizing now. Every single time. Evanberus Guleidman 985 says chat WTF. Carrie Shearer says those holes may be how your tire got messed up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hell on
MVP Killer
tires.
says yeah wasting tax dollars. Tony de Almeida 3 says is risking somebody's life going fast. Melanie Syop 1784 says just don't speed, you don't want any excuse for him to pull you over.
I'm a law-abiding citizen. I would never do that. Speed limit is 10, by the way.
Michael Williams 2021 says he got the spotlight on.
Yeah, this guy's gonna take me even to the point to where if I can't keep up with him, he'll pull over and wait for me.
There you go. Open left.
Guys, we got 284 miles of gas left.
Open left.
MVP Killer says he is clearly just messing around taking you around the school.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Clearly. Watch me waste this gas. Alright, we got no turn signal there. That's
Michael
right.
Williams 2021 says Pam got silent quick.
Yeah, she should be asleep, I hope. One of us has to be responsible tomorrow.
Harry Shearer says, well, at least he is going slow over the speed LMAO. Evanderus Guleman 985 says, what state is that?
We're in Texas. BC stands for Brazoria County, Texas. We're about 50 miles south of Houston on the Gulf Coast.
Michael Williams 2021 says, yay, probably she got the kiddos to take to school in the morning. Evanderus Guleman 985 says, oh.
Six M out 94, cliff running.
Evanderus Guleman 985 says, I am in a state so far from that.
Yes, sir. I was
says Gulf of America.
Guys, I told you.
Michael Williams 2021 says, when do they get out of school for the summer?
I don't remember. Pretty soon, I think. Alright, guys, I told you this is going to be nothing. You guys understand it's going to be a wild goose chase only, right? Like, he's not going to do anything else.
203-218. Can you go to the 11th location on 10-6?
So he's... Can you go to... Let me hear what that said.
10-4.
What did that say?
Medic 1, we will be location.
Sure says I meant speed bumps. M9 says Oa is my supervisor.
Guys, do not try this at home. I am a trained professional. By the way, don't try this at home. This could very well result in your loss of freedom.
Little _ unit says, so all are of these places. Clute, Lake Jackson, Angleton, all in Brazoria County.
Yes, everywhere I go is generally Brazoria County, except when we take our field trips, which I haven't been able to afford to do in a while, so...
Eligible and clear. Insurance
J Boogie 1620 says, told you I got 20 on it for the field trip. Jesus 2845 says, I want to see him pull someone over.
He's not going to do anything, guys. He won't do anything. He's not going to pull anybody over. He's not going to do anything. I literally did this to him one time.
M9 says, Ollie know better. The government do whatever they want.
Yeah. One time
David
I did this for 5 hours.
1873 says he is just jacking you around.
Yeah, he is, definitely.
Evanderus Guleman 985 says, can you teach me how to be a better streamer? Little _ unit says, hashtag, is there a Brazoria County Police branch, or each city has its own?
Each city has its own.
Sorry, the states is confusing.
So the city have their own, the county has their own,
Jazzy's my dog go says, maybe go different direction, see if he finds you long.
Guys, my job
Ben
is...
Mom 2024 says, on the last filter we went on, I thought you were gonna get arrested, I was worried. Jesus 2845 says, so basically you're controlling him.
I am
MVP
controlling him.
Killer says, largest county in Texas, from Pearland down to San Bernard.
I don't know if it's the largest one, is it? I know it's big, but I don't know if it's the largest one. I got questions. Yeah, no, he's completely just jacking us around, but my job is to show people what the police do,
MVP
right?
MVP Killer says, yes, it is.
It is? Okay, gotcha. So my job is to show you what, my job is to show people what the police do, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm showing you what the police do.
Open left.
Out with 11.
So there's 2 units out on something, but he's not going to go nowhere close to that call. Good turn signal usage. Guys, one night I did this for 5 hours.
909 says, "My job is to watch people go to jail thinking they have rights in a free country."
That's right.
MVP Killer says, "Well, maybe not law. Just fact checked myself."
Oh yeah, which is it? Which is the biggest county? I think like in West Texas there's some really big counties. I hate that speed bump.
Little _ unit says, "Why do the police there always drive such large vehicles? Seems like a big vehicle to drive and waste gas in." MVP Killer says, "Brewster County."
Brewster County? I've never heard of it. Apparently it's pretty big.
J Boogie 1620 says, "Believe Brazoria is like the 2 or 3rd."
I'm glad I'm not Brewster County Scouter.
David 041873 says, "Hey Cood, we know you're watching. Quit wasting taxpayers' money and fire this whole shit." MVP Killer says, "West Texas border county."
Check it back to a silver Toyota.
Here we go again. He knows I hate this apartment complex. We're gonna go right back in here again.
Yes, sir. David Victor Charles 6865.
Here we go.
Back to 2012 Toyota.
Inside the potholes.
To the April binge out of Brazoria. It expires February 2020.
Also, just point of order, we're going in the exit only, by the way.
Oh, that's correct.
This is this.
Can you go to the location on pin 6?
Tony de Almeida 3 says, "John, he's only trolling."
I know. And my job is to show the people that he's trolling. I completely understand he's trolling. But maybe somebody will watch this video and think to themselves, hey, this is a complete waste of resources. And maybe one day someone will do something about it and make a change.
District 81 says he probably said, "Have no fear, guys. I'll take care of John tonight."
Yeah, he's a
Tony
decoy.
de Almeida 3 says, "Cops are assholes. Sorry to say that."
And maybe I do know we're on Facebook now. A lot of our local people
MVP
watch.
Killer says, "Funny now he is running alley lights because we were pointing out that he wasn't even patrolling."
Right.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, "Does everybody else agree with my answer?"
I agree. Yeah, but still, he's not going to see anything driving that fast. There's the potholes I hate. He knows that. He watches the stream and knows I hate these potholes. That's where we go every night. All right, we're going into Crescentwood now. Not as bad on the potholes. Not as bad. We're going to go in the inner only.
Jesus 2845 says, "Yes, Tony."
I've got a bundle. It's showing eligible and clear.
David 041873 says, "I believe he is watching now." Laid Off Janitor says, "Failfish 1000."
Thank you,
Stream
Laid Off.
Elements says, "Laid Off Janitor just cheered 1000 bits."
Laid Off Janitor, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much.
Victor Paul Zebra 6114. Victor Paul Zebra.
MVP Killer says, "A cab." Little Bear 0420 says, "W Laid Off Janitor." Nunu Baby 27 says, "We are starting to lag."
Yeah, we lag over here, guys. It'll come back. It'll come back.
7 left for the Woodland tomorrow morning. 1.50 on fuel 640.
Little _ unit says, "John, if you could improve 3 things about the police, what would they be?" Honest question. Nunu Baby 27 says, "Just as little bit."
Less of
Tony
them.
de Almeida 3
Married
says,
Nora 9074. You married Nora 9074. Something like 4.
Bucky Imam 22 says, "W laid off, thank you." Little Bear 0420 says 1.
If I could
Tony
change
de
3
Almeida
things.
3 says 1. Carrie Shearer says 1. Stream Elements says Ryan 152793 just subscribed.
Thank you, Ryan.
Stream Elements says Monkamane 420 just subscribed. Stream Elements says Itzildariel just subscribed.
Thank you.
Stream Elements says Renee Don 23 just subscribed. Stream Elements says Mini_KitKat just subscribed. Mom 2024 says www laid off.
Thank you so much.
Stream Elements says thank you for following Jaden 121274U.
Thank you for the follow.
MVP Killer says W. Carrie Shearer says W laid off.
Laid off janitor with, was that 5 subscriptions? Thank you so much. You're too kind.
Bucky Imam 22 says laid with the 5 gifted subs, thank you.
Thank you. I was trying to count
Renee
them.
Don 23 says thank you for the sub so kind.
Guys, make sure
Little
you
Bear 0420 says W laid off. Tony de Almeida 3 says everybody use 3 don't use lag. Misty Mitchum says hi.
Hi.
J. Bryan 2383 says W. Debs Koloniski says you got this as usual.
Thank you so much for gifting out the subscriptions.
Little Bear 0420 says W.
Alright, guess we're going this way. Good turn signal usage so far.
MVP Killer says just curious, what's the purpose of 3 for lag?
That's so the cops.
Chris Ellis 891,993 says www subs.
We don't need the
Bucky Imam 22 says laid off. Willoughby 2022 says
David Victor Charles.
I don't need the cops knowing that we don't have a good signal.
David Victor Charles 6865. It should come back to a silver Toyota.
So of course they probably have figured it out by now, but
Tony de Almeida 3 says
That's clear. David Victor Charles 6865.
I don't want him taking advantage of that.
Victor David 477. Victor
April
David
James out of Brazoria.
Station of Garland.
February 2026 insurance confirmed.
Lake Jackson has a stop on Plantation.
MVP Killer.
Control 7, station report. Go ahead.
Nice turn signal usage.
Alright, 159262795. 159262795.
Oh, they are. They're absolutely 100% watching me. Yes.
99. Missions per report. ETA to the Woodlands is 7 minutes.
They're absolutely watching.
Roger 7, your MRN was 150262799.
He waits for you to pull up behind him. That's freaking crazy.
We're gonna bid him farewell now.
7 received. Yeah, that's the MRN. 150262799.
That's a good stop up there. That's a good stop.
Seven return.
Alright, we bid him farewell.
The out of Lake Jackson is eligible in here. Insurance. There's going to be no insurance information on the 01 Ford Black. Registration expired January 25.
Says you going to that stop.
I'm gonna try to find it.
81 says you just broke his heart.
Yeah. He's gonna miss me. He doesn't know it yet, but he's gonna miss me.
Blue Flyer says, oh, you wish the cops watching you.
Victor Paul Zebra 6114. Victor Paul Zebra 6114.
100% they watch me.
It's going to be a 2015 Toyota, silver in color, registration valid through July. It's clear.
Thank you. Ship not emergency flight report. We got a $0 0.
Alright, 1 sec. Go ahead.
Blue
Union
Flyer
Mary
says H
Nora
no.
9074. Union Mary Nora 9074. It's a black Ford.
We'll just wait at this red light. Because we're, of course, law-abiding citizens. Turn on the defrost for you guys.
Go ahead, Essex.
District 81 says I meant he was having a good time playing his little game.
You show District 1 and 2. Checked and clear.
Yeah. No, he was. He literally waits for me.
Willoughby 2022 says we need some action.
Registration expired
I'm
in
actually
January
happy.
25.
Michael Williams 2021 says 203 people watch.
That's amazing. Thank you. 203 people.
430 survey 2.
Let me just see. Alright, this was the stop I was trying to get to up here.
Little Bear 0420 says no an ad.
Alright guys, we just missed this stop. This is the one I was trying to get to, but seems like it was uneventful. Glad you're free, person in the black car. Big bump.
Tony de Almeida 3 says 203 people watching right now lol.
That's amazing.
David 5477. Victor David 5477. Good Plantation in Garland. Black and color SUV.
Man, that scanner traffic is so delayed. I'm gonna have to look at that. I think it's because this live stream actually streams from my house. So taking my phone means nothing.
11 Shadow Spectre says hello John.
Hello to you. So this live stream streams from my house. It
Texas
goes to
Vampire Girl 59 says hello everyone. Tony de Almeida 3 says always film Piggy. Blue Flyer says oh you have permission from the government to obey the law.
So this live stream actually comes from my house. The video is uploaded to 2 additional servers. So taking me out of my house would do no good. Taking my phone would do no good. It's gonna keep going. So that's something new. That was created this week.
Returning.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, is it time for
Down D out of Lake Jackson is eligible and clear. Insurance. There's going to be no insurance information on the 014 black registration expired January
3K just
25.
cheered 150 bits.
Daphne, thank you so much for the bits.
Blue Ixel says, have they ever taken your phone?
Yes. Yeah, they've destroyed my everything that I had at one time. Yeah, they kicked it. Slammed me into the wall, kicked it.
Chiquita 3K says, welcome. Blue Flyer says, oh, you do not have permission from the government to be a good person. Tony de Almeida 3 says, welcome everybody.
Service after Woodlands. Roger, 7 after Woodlands.
Alright, we gotta watch for deer over here. Let's see. We'll turn on our
And
brights.
put us on weather checks. We're fogging and up here on the north side.
You always gotta watch for deer on this road.
Roger, we'll put you on weather check.
Guys, let me know if you see a deer.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, watch out with Bambi.
See, now you just made it sad. You just made it sad now.
Willoughby 2022 says, film 5-0.
Always, always. Guys, put it in the chat. That's a good idea, actually.
District 81 says, don't worry about deers. The cat is taking care of them. Tony de Almeida 3 says, sorry, John.
For what? Nothing to apologize for.
Bucky Imam 22 says, always film 5-0. Yabba Dabadoo says, always film 5-0.
Always.
Nunu Baby 27 says, always film 5-0. That Page Girl 3 says, always film 5-0. Blue Ixel says, film 5-0. Tony de Almeida 3 says, always film 50, always film 50. Tazzy's My Dog Go says, always film 5-0. Chiquita 3K says, always film 5-0. Carrie Shearer says, always film 5-0.
Crazy driver. 28 King Paul Charles, 58 King Paul Charles, 8358.
C notes for location. That's a clue stop somewhere. Anyone see lights and clue?
1200 block, south of Highway 288.
Gale 0428 says, always film 5-0. War 911 call chaser says, hey John, how's it going?
It's going wonderful.
Melanie Syop 1784 says, are we going to look for that call?
Yeah, he actually gave me an address, which I'm kind of skeptical
District
of.
81 says, always film 5-0 doe.
So he said 1200 block of 288B. It must be one of the locations I'm guessing that I don't like to film at. We'll see. It's anytime they give me an address, I'm skeptical. What are they trying to trap me in?
War 911 call chaser says, did I miss anything exciting?
Nothing at all. Just a typical night. Guys, I don't control the
Trainem
content.
says, what influenced you to film 5-0?
In 2014, my daughter passed away inside Brazoria County Jail. So I do this to teach people their rights so they don't go to our horrible Texas jails. Especially for victimless crimes. C notes.
Mustang Mike 9293 says, now that you say anyone see lights include they don't use them.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Michael Williams 2021 says he gave you location, but he say C notes now.
Yeah, well, that's actually, I agree with that, because he's actually putting the person's...
War 911 call chaser says, always X 10,000 film 50. MVP killer says, the fact that they are hiding what they are doing speaks volumes.
Every night it's a game. It But every night we're out here playing the game, so.
Tony de Almeida 3 says see notes now.
Yep.
Nunu Baby 27 says where are we going now?
We're driving down this road.
DOQ 44 says what area is this?
We're in BC stands for Brazoria County, Texas. We're about 50 miles south of Houston, right on the Gulf Coast.
DOQ 44 says Ty.
Let's go see what Freeport's doing. And I gotta take a yellow break, so.
Stream Elements says thank you for following Mokobi and Wise.
Thank you for
Helen Rodriguez says H.
Thank you for the follow.
Crazy drought.
Go ahead.
Stand by for Tony. 28th King Paul Charles, 8358 King Paul Charles,
Helen
8358.
Rodriguez says he.
Hi.
That's clear.
ATV in the 1200 block, south of Highway 2DB.
One says Galveston. Texas hurricane season is just around the corner for Texas. It officially kicks off June 1st and runs through November 30th. To get us better prepared for what we may face for this year, meteorologists have been skimming the data to give us an idea of what may be coming. Read more. The hurricane threat for the Texas coast has been revealed.
Have to check that out later. But it's saying more or less hurricanes.
MVP Killer says yeah they say this year could be rough for us. 2345 says someone sent you stars on Facebook.
Thank you so much for the stars. I am going to get Facebook so I can read the chat too. It's a work in progress. But Facebook, just so you know, we are coming back.
Stream Elements says thank you for following Harvey Specter PSL.
Harvey, thank you for the follow. Guys, I need you guys to be on your best behavior. I'm going to have to take a yellow break. Unfortunately, it'd be a crime to take you guys in here. So, if you guys could just be on your best behavior, give me a minute, I'll be right back. I'm going to leave the... You guys can listen to the scanner for me. I'm going to take one with
City
me.
is eligible and clear. Insurance confirmed on the 2010 Ford Silver color.
The speaker is going to come in with me because I'm not detaching it from me.
Sparky FW says on many levels. Laid off janitor says not like this 1000. Stream Elements says laid off janitor just cheered 1,000 bits.
Laid off janitor with 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 2 seconds.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, John, get that out of your pocket. Stop stealing candy, lol.
Guys, that's not exactly what I call best behavior, just so you know.
MVP Killer says, good pit stop choice. Buc-ee's has the cleanest bathrooms.
That's right.
Hey Jack says, just got home and someone wrapped my pants again.
Hope everybody had time to get out and stretch.
Chieneg 2300 says, I think we were good. Tony de Almeida 3 says, we did a great job in the store today, John. Bandmom 2024 says, good night, John, and all my purple friends. I will see you all tomorrow night. Much love.
Good night to you.
Harvey Specter PSL says, new follow here. Wondering what type of content he does.
We record police interactions. That's what we do here. We listen to the scanner. We record the cops. That's what we do. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Harvey Specter PSL says, that's cool. Michael Williams 2021 says, we was good, John.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
Stream Elements says, thank you for following only relatively famous.
Only
Tony de
relatively
Almeida
famous.
3 says, John, did we do a good job in the store?
I don't know about that.
Hey Jack says, yeah, we were on our best behavior.
I don't know about that.
In the 500 block of College Drive on Sam Tom George 5017. Sam George 5017.
500. Okay, now this one random. Maybe someone yelled at them. Are they giving addresses?
Tony de
now?
Almeida 3 says, lol he.
That's the second time Clute is given an
Tony de
address.
Almeida 3 says, lol yes.
Or are they watching and they know I'm in Freeport, so they're going to give addresses? That's really strange.
Chieneg 2300 says, where there people in there with you?
No, fortunately there wasn't. But I'm not going to... I leave the speaker with me because the speaker's actually attached to me. The speaker's actually attached to me. Let me... This scanner, online scanner is really bad.
Chieneg 2300 says, dang. Bandmom 2024 says, why are they giving addresses now? That's very suspicious.
It's very suspicious, isn't it? Maybe it's because I'm on Facebook and they realize they're looking silly on Facebook. I don't know. Almost feels like a trap.
Confirmed.
304 42 23 2804.
CCS select to David 801.
David 801.
Can you show myself an 804 off duty?
George 104. Same traffic.
18 insurance is
Harry Shearer says we shall see when we head back.
Yeah, they're sending all units to that location, so we got to get there. I don't think we're going to make it, but we're going to try.
4223 2304 42 23 2304. Just advise they're eligible and clear. No, thank you.
It's way out of the way, too.
03 on route to that Boy Sam location. George 104.
Boy Sam location. What the hell does that mean? Oh, my guess is...
Same traffic. Boy Sam. George 104.
My guess is that's a call sheet number.
18. Driver Don Juan Mata is eligible and clear.
No, thank you.
Ask them what they're using for the location now.
George 14 Manor.
4.
Guys, they've come up with a secret code for their locations. Now, hats off to them.
211. You can show myself on 203 out in a George 14 Manor.
10-4.
Nothing really happening in Freeport. Guys, we do stream 6 nights a week. Generally, I start somewhere between 7, 8, and 9 Central. Sometimes we stream 7 nights a week. It really depends on how I'm feeling on Sunday. Every now and then I'll take a Sunday off.
says this has to be the coolest streamer ever. F the police.
Thank you so much.
Call that's just on and tell me what's on it, please.
Melanie Syed 1784 says you don't know where the location is, where they are all headed there.
If they're out, I think they might be at 500 College Park. That's where I think they
says
are.
you gonna stream Jeep Weekend.
I have before, yes.
ACSO 2968.
Okay.
Can you show me off duty? Next coverage would be at 7 a.m.
NunuBaby27 says I'm watching you on Facebook and Twitch.
Thank you. Wonder what happened to the guardrail. Just a programming note, tomorrow at 8 a.m. I will be streaming from my from Mom's basement, because you know, according to my trolls, I live in my mom's basement, so we just go with it, even though a basement on the Gulf Coast of Texas would probably be the silliest thing ever, but we go with it. I'll be streaming from Mom's basement.
Says, do you stream on Kick as well?
Yes, we're on there too. We're multi-streaming right now on Kick, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Exclamation point link. You can find the links to all my social media platforms. We just started on Kick about...
Hey Jack says very nice.
We just started on Kick about probably 2 weeks ago, I think. Or is it last week?
Yabba Dabadoo says, link.
Yeah, all the... my social media platforms are all in there. Make sure you give me a follow or subscribe on all of them. Whatever is appropriate for the platform. The voice chat is working on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now. I'll work on Facebook. Also on TikTok. You can find me on TikTok as well. PC scanner on most platforms, and then Brazoria County scanner on Facebook.
Ajax says thank you whoever gave me a sub, you're a true legend.
$15.29, I'm in service.
Defrost for you guys. We generally do about 4 to 6 hours a night. It really depends on what's going on. And sometimes random times during the day. The problem has been is that nobody really watches me when I stream during the day. I've kind of got known as a nighttime streamer.
Hey Jack says my feet are getting cold.
I'll turn the heat on for you back there.
Renee Don 23 says I'm really enjoying the court trial lives you're doing, John.
Thank you.
KX James 250 says I was watching.
Well, I want to watch that trial. It pretty much encompasses everything that's wrong with the Just Us system. We only had about 50 viewers today, but I think we had fun, and I'm going to keep doing it.
Renee Don 23 says it's a very interesting one.
Oh wait, it's just getting started. Wait.
Tony de Almeida 3 says always film 50. Yabba Dabadoo says I was watching for a bit. Missed the beginning though. NunuBaby27 says is the trail over from yesterday. BandMom2024 says I was watching this morning.
That's going to be about a month-long trial. I suspect we may be too late for this call, if it's really here. If they weren't giving us a fake location.
Friends in Code says you see Bao got picked up for trespass on a buffer zone.
Yeah, I was showing
Baby 27 says trial. I meant my phone autocorrect.
Yeah, I was showing the stream today what happened to Bao. That was Friends in Code. That was the most disgusting arrest I've seen in a long time, man. He literally was trying to comply. He was trying to comply. Completely targeted. There were other people engaging in the same behavior as he was. And they completely targeted him.
Insurgent Falcon says what I miss.
Not much tonight. We're talking about...
Hey Jack says I got hand warmers from janitor in the trunk. Thanks. Friends in Code says yeah, even the chick behind him was recording.
Right. And
then the TV news.
And did you see the...
Carrie Shearer says what did she supposedly do?
She allegedly killed... her boyfriend was a Boston cop. The cop was found unalived. I better watch my words. I'm on multiple platforms. Cop was found unalived on another cop's yard. They never investigated anything that had to do with the cops in the house. They've completely fabricated, framed, lied. The lead investigator, Clue was back there, blacked out, by the way. The lead investigator on the case was literally fired. This is their second trial. The first trial ended up in a mistrial.
MVP Killer says he'll need to get up to speed on that case. I know of it, but not the details.
Yeah, we're just in the beginning. So far, the first 2 days for the prosecution has probably been one of the worst 2 days I've ever seen on a trial. Like, every witness that they put up there so far has been discredited.
218, can I get you out here?
Alright, so I know where 218 is. He's over here, blacked out, so we can follow him. He's gonna probably... He's over here, blacked out. .218 is the cop in the truck.
Chienegg 2300 says was he fired?
Yes, he was fired. The lead investigator. Alright, so we just saw 218 blacked out over here.
216, 218, can I get you out here?
Insurgent Falcon says cops, unlike Frank Slope, can be sleaze bags.
Sorry, anybody inside?
We know he didn't come back this way. Alright, so he left a long time ago as soon as I drove by.
Carrie Shearer says, is your video from this morning still available?
It is, yes. On Twitch. You can re-watch the VOD.
Too long. I have business is going to be cleared. It's not going to be anybody inside.
Alright, so it was an alarm call. That's boring.
I'm just further find the 4th entry.
See, that's another thing. So, usually what I do when it's an alarm call like that is I will use common courtesy. If they're blacked out, I will be blacked out. Now I have no way of knowing. So I just show up now. I mean, I was able to put some...
PCSO 1530, show me off duty.
I was able to put some pieces together. And I know it's an alarm call. It wasn't really hard to do.
Ben, no answer from the key holder. I left a message.
That's quick.
Insurgent Falcon says, do you just go around and look for cops doing the wrong thing?
I go around and look for cops. I have, like this one. This is Richwood right here. What are you doing, Richwood? I just document whatever happens.
11, no answer from the key holder. I left a message.
That's clear.
I don't want to hit that thing. All right, let's go over here.
Insurgent Falcon says he's probably like, what are you doing?
Yeah, don't try this. Like I said, guys, don't try this at home. I am a trained professional. You will more than likely lose your freedom if you try what I'm trying. When I first started, they arrested me 5 times. They've kind of slowed down.
Insurgent Falcon says law.
They've kind of slowed down a little bit on arresting me, so that's nice.
Insurgent Falcon says get arrested for interfering.
Allegedly. That's what they claim, but I've been arrested 5 times. I've been arrested 5 times, but I've never been convicted of a crime my entire life. Pick you guys up a little bit. I've been arrested 5 times.
Insurgent
on live
Falcon
stream.
Says that's crazy, bro.
16 myself and agent on property at the hotel.
At the hotel, okay. Alright, so we know something's going on at the hotel. It's not going to be the Pam or the Parker because we were here.
03, I'll be typing notes at this same location.
16, I believe that was her right behind us.
I believe that was her right behind us. They done messed up. Alright, let's get to the hotels. See what's going on. Alright, you guys may
16,
see...
myself and agent on property at the hotel.
So you guys may see some other streamers that do this in much bigger areas than me.
16, if you want to go to that room, I'll try to find her.
Go to that room and try to find her.
16, I believe that was her right behind us.
Alright, so we got something going on up at the hotels. We'll be there shortly.
Just be advised, we did get a second caller.
Oh, a second
saying
caller.
that someone was banging on her door as well.
Second caller banging on her door as well.
16, if you want to go to that room, I'll try to find her.
03, 1017, 14.
I don't know which hotel it is. We're just going to have to drive by slow and check them all.
Units, be advised, we did get a second caller saying that someone was banging on her door as well.
That's a good stop.
Zero.
Alright, so far we know someone's banging on somebody's door.
03.
Melanie Syed 1784 says, do you have an idea roughly?
I know where, I think I know where, roughly, yes. I just don't know which hotel it is.
16, clear copy traffic.
I heard him say that, I think that's her behind us.
Paul St. William, 3626, Paul St. William, 3626. We're going to be Alaska and Gulf.
Velasco and Gulf in Freeport. Just
Melanie Syed 1784 says, is it Clute?
Yes.
Did you get that subject near the entrance?
MVP Killer says off the 288
walking over the next property.
Those hotels along that strip maybe.
Yep,
Backslash.
that's what I think.
16, clear copy traffic.
I just don't know which one.
Description is going to be black over black. It's going to be possibly a white female.
Broken
Paul St. William, 3626, Paul St. William, 3626. We're going to be Alaska and Gulf.
So you hear the radio traffic repeat. One is the real-time scanner that's on my dash. The other is the online scanner.
Yeah, Force was walking over to the next property.
Insurgent Falcon says, are you in Louisiana?
Description's going to be black over black.
I'm in Brazoria County, Texas right now.
Also a white female wearing what looked like orange cross.
Black shorts and a black long sleeve.
Alright, I'm gonna look for them guys.
I believe I saw her earlier. I'll check that area. 23211, that was a subject I told you I saw walking a little bit ago. Black over black. Looks like a heavy set Hispanic female, maybe white female. That is clear.
Just for confirmation, give me black shorts and a black long sleeve.
716 clear, calling 1 my number.
Dispatch clear.
Country Boy 23,123 says put it in the chat.
3768
MVP Killer says I swear there is like 8 hotels in a row along their lawn.
Yep.
1070.
Let's check La Quinta. That's my. We're kind of running out of them here.
18, I believe. 11.
Tony Dalmeda 3 says put it in the chat. Always film 50.
I'm gonna turn you guys down just so I can hear the traffic.
I'm just in there checking. 716 clear, calling 1 my number.
Go ahead.
3768 1070. 3768 1070.
Clear for return. Okay.
I believe 11 was advised is in the area checking. He was very unreadable.
White female, 813 and 96. Clear and eligible, clear for report. Insurance is confirmed on the 2021 Ford Edge that expires July 25. That's clear.
Alright, we're gonna have to make another loop, guys.
768 Paul Sam William 3626. Paul Sam William 3026. Should come back to the 100.
Clear for return.
Hey, it's me in the chat.
4372-8783-4372-8783.
Just see if I see any.
Nicole Mathis, white female, 813 and 96. Clear and eligible, clear for report. Insurance is confirmed on the 2021 Ford Edge that expires July 25.
Citizen 16, confirming 28, Paul Sam William 3626, Paul Sam William 3626, should come back to a Hyundai.
8783-4372-8783, compliant.
I'll turn you guys back up now.
Clear.
Confirming your first caller was a female.
That's good. That's 2021 Hyundai. Has insurance confirmed. Expires June of 25.
Clear.
10-9.
Unsure. We're unsure if the first caller was a female or a male.
Definitely. Confirming your first caller was a female.
Sure.
10-9.
Unsure. We're unsure if the first caller was a female or a male.
Definitely.
I don't know what the crime is so far. It seems like just knocking on a door. Allegedly.
Tony Dalmeda 3 says, is everybody still here? Tony Dalmeda 3 says 1.
That's clear.
Hajack says 1. Melanie Syop 1784 says yes. Tazzy's my dog Go says 1. Nunu Baby 27 says 1. KX James 250 says 1. MVP Killer says 1. Lenaidman says 1. Carrie Shearer says 1.
Trail 3 North, check Lincoln Victor Sector, George 14.
3, that's clear.
Jordan King 23 underscore says sup John.
Sup. 5'7", dark colored hair, gray shirt, unnamed pants. That's clear.
3, 4, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7,
I don't know. This maybe it is on
Ajax
288B.
says I'm just here sitting on the beach watching John. Her life is good right now.
There you go. That does sound like a pretty good life. Let's go check the other one. I didn't see a sign of any police presence by those hotels, unless they're in the back.
Tony de Almeida 3 says, what is the temperature over there sitting on the beach?
Here it is 77 degrees right now. I'm not sure what his beach temperature is.
Bucky Imam 22 says, congratulations Ladoff on becoming the new featured viewer. Thank you for all your
15 today morning.
Thank you so much, Ladoff. I'm gonna check 288B. Guys, every night it's this cat and mouse game.
Ajax says 75 here in Surfside.
Hey, you're in Surfside, okay. The temperature I gave is what the car says, so probably somewhere in the middle of both of them is alright. I didn't know you were in Surfside.
Show me out on, yeah, Bucky's in Brazoria on a suspicious circumstance. Black Lexus. Stand by for 28.
Tony de Almeida 3 says nice.
Hey Jack, is this the first time you've ever seen one of my streams?
Copy 28. The Georgia X-Ray George John 834, black and gold.
MVP Killer says humid AF though.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be about 45 minutes to an hour.
Country Boy 23,123 says yes, it's my first time on your stream.
Country Boy, it's not the first time.
Melanie Syop 1784 says you should have drove around those hotel right throughly. Nunu Baby 27 says we are supposed to be getting more rain.
Well, here's the thing. They were
Ajax says yes, sir, I live in Clute.
Right.
No, sir, I started when you were in my APTS with the shooting a couple weeks ago.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Funeral home ETA is going to be about 45 minutes to an hour.
203, check sector Charles Paul. Not here either.
Guys, they've actually come up with a map.
Georgia.
Country Boy 23,123 says I got to mess with you, John.
History from a preferred habitation call in January.
Guys, they've come up with a whole system.
Tony de Almeida 3 says all right. Everybody have a good night. Bye, John. See you tomorrow on Twitch.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning. Listen to the silliness that they've come up with. I think they've developed some sort of key map system.
203, check sector Charles Paul. Not here either.
Did you guys hear that? They've come up with a system.
Sorry, lost.
Tony de Almeida 3 says okay, bye.
Same last
Country
name
Boy
as
23,123 says can I get a
Hey, we're out with her. She's sleeping after the phone.
We're out with her. She's what?
Clear.
Hell yeah, brother. Guess I didn't do it. I can't remember if I did or not.
Country Boy 23,123 says good stop.
Thanks.
Melanie Syop 1784 says what did they? Little __ unit says sorry if this is a dumb question, but I know a cop needs a warrant to enter your home. Do they need a warrant to enter your hotel or motel room?
Your hotel would be the same thing. No such thing as a dumb question, by the way.
Melanie Syop 1784 says what did they say?
It sounds like they're out on somebody somewhere. I just don't know where. They're at Sector 7 Bravo.
11 dispatch, you have a description of that truck.
Country Boy 23,123 says no, if the hotel people let them in, right, John?
Sometimes they do. It'd be the last time I stayed there.
That's clear, be around.
I mean, technically they would still need a warrant, unless there was extenuating circumstances.
He's giving me a description of the wrong vehicle. He's going to be in room 1.
I promise you guys, we actually record cops on this channel.
11 dispatch, you have a description of that truck.
Hey, if I think that the subject is still on scene.
203, 20 minutes.
Everybody's clear on notes. Everybody.
Clear on your notes.
That's clear. We're out.
Guys, listen how silly they sound.
MVP Killer says John is right. The protection is the same as
If you have a description of the wrong vehicle, he's going to be in room
hotel are they at?
1.
No, I
Michael Williams 2021 says
He's going to be in room 107.
Melanie Syop 1784 says they are ridiculous, acting like a bunch of little kids.
They are definitely acting like little kids.
So he's going to be in the lobby talking to the management.
Well, you show me how to motel 6.
Clear on your notes.
Do it, team.
Michael Williams 2021 says, are we clear on their notes?
Be advised, we had a call from somebody at Lincoln Victor advising that their dogs are going crazy on their porch. And it was me.
Country Boy 23123 says, where's Motel 6? Michael Williams 2021 says,
in the lobby talking to the management.
The Motel 6.
11, I'm out with them.
The Motel 6 is in Freeport. I'll eventually figure out this system.
I'm 10-8 UTL as well.
Alright, so they're a 10-8 UTL, can't find the person anyway, so. Guys, listen how silly they sound.
Country Boy 23123 says, I'm heading there now. Melanie Syop 1784 says, I thought Motel 6 we drove past.
We did drive past, but that's a separate call in Freeport right now.
211, I'm 10-8 UTL as well. 16 to other units, clear minutes.
16, you can show me clear that Charles Victor 2nd.
18, clear.
UTL.
203, clear.
Anthony 2-7 UTL.
Country Boy 23123 says we are clear on all C notes.
She wasn't on the Boy William
Middle
sector.
_ unit says I don't know how you can understand anything over the scanner. I know I sure can't or I'm slow law.
No,
Lucky
it may
Emo
sound like
32 says yes, they sound like a bunch of weirdos.
UTL.
guys, they've come up with sectors.
Anything seem to have an UTL?
Yeah, they can't find them, so. I understand it only because I've been listening forever.
15 and 06.
Well, just for information, she wasn't on the Boy William sector either. Okay.
11, February name to
Go ahead.
First name's going to be Austin. Last name's going to be Mary Charles
Falcon says,
William
why are they
Adam.
using sectors?
To hide from me.
21095.
They're using it to hide from me. This is the new quote.
16 and 06.
Also show up with Rushi.
MVP Killer says, yeah, they made a great net.
That's clear. Can you give me the manager's name again? I tried to clear you and went over you.
It's called the Grace.
11, February name to
Rushi. Last name is Shora. Should be in-house.
Go ahead.
Fire Preppers 1 says, John, they might be using the old key maps. Insurgent Falcon says they think you won't catch on.
Right.
Melanie Syop 1784 says they really do sound dumb and very childish.
They also show up with Rushi Shora, who's the manager on the scene.
We'll check. They're not even on that call.
That's clear. Can you give me the manager's name again? I tried to clear you and went over you.
First name's going to be Rushi, last name is Shora. Should be in-house.
22 says fucking weirdos.
So, you're saying to yourself, well, John, why aren't you going to Freeport? Because these are bad cops trying to hide. And if I have to drive around this town all night, and they got to continue to hide from me, so be it. How many people we got watching on Twitch?
Bayou Preppers 1 says wish we had a new key maps. Insurgent Falcon says so if they're hiding it's a red flag. Yabba Dabadoo says 165.
So.
Melanie Syop 1784 says is this Freeport? Tazzie's my dog go says I'm a ride or die.
So they
Ajax says 165 of us now.
So but they're doing this.
Melanie Syop 1784 says 165 PPL watching.
So they're doing this because they can't stand the fact that I make money and I make my living doing this. They're legitimately trying to put me out of business, which is not going to work. And it's just this one horrible shift.
Bucky Imam 22 says 170 on my end.
So just
Bio Preppers 1 says everyone put a purple heart in chat for John and Pam.
I hope this shift knows that every other shift include makes fun of you.
33.
Just so you know. Every other shift include makes fun of you.
33.
You are the laughing stock.
Stream Element says thank you for following Aaron Lincoln.
Thank you for the follow.
MVP Killer says so long as you're putting a dent in their revenue generation.
That's right, I am, absolutely.
Insurgent Falcon says do they really make fun of this shift?
Yes, absolutely, they do. They make fun of this shift. They're the laughing stock of Clute right now.
Bucky Imam 22 says thanks laid off now that song's gonna be stuck in my head LMAO. Little _ unit says I've listened to some court trials and they have gang members, all these code words and stuff. This is what it sounds like.
Well, they are a gang member, so.
Okay.
509, 134501. Repeating 45001373.
MVP Killer says yep, most dangerous gang in our country.
Absolutely.
33 top 27.
Oh, we're gonna hit that big bump. I don't want to hit that big bump.
Alright, correction 4501.
Guys, once again, I don't control the content. I just document whatever happens, right? So this may be the most boring stream in the world.
says I love Barney.
Or the most exciting stream you've ever seen. I don't control the content. I just document whatever happens.
Says law.
Christopher Alvarado is clear all the way. Eligible, expires in 2025.
BCSL 1523. Show me clear of the range. 1523 clear.
Compadane says where the lot lizards. Bucky Imam 22 says love you too laid off. Michael Williams 2021 says Barney was my favorite little kid SOMG.
Hey, he taught us all how to share.
Peppers 1 says where are we heading to? Compadane says get home safe food. Michael Williams 2021 says you remember Barney when he was a child.
Yeah, he taught us all how to share.
Hey, we're good.
MVP Killer says but it's also multiple agencies.
Yeah, there are multiple agencies, that's correct. We're listening, right now we're monitoring all the traffic in Brazoria County. Only thing I can't reach from where I'm at is Manville and Pearland. Unless I go further up north, and then I can get their radio traffic. I'm not a big fan of this red light.
Michael Williams 2021 says in Font Bend. Bayou Preppers 1 says 20 John.
I'm in Clute by El Toros.
Bayou Preppers 1 says TY. Michael Williams 2021 says you don't get Fort Bend 2 on the radio.
When I go to...
Bucky Imam 22 says, this is the longest light ever.
When I go to Fort Bend County, then I turn my scanner on Fort Bend County. I'd have to put my... I do pick up the channels, just not now. I'm not monitoring them. I just change the channels wherever area I'm in. All right, everybody get out and stretch for a minute. Well, ask him what sector this is when he comes out. Hey, what sector is this, man?
Lincoln Victor.
This is Lincoln Victor, gotcha.
Tazzy's my dog though says, well, hello, Clute.
This is Lincoln Victor sector, guys.
Bayou Preppers 1 says, oh shit, you scared me.
Because I moved the camera? Don't hit me, man. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Alright, let's get back to work. Get back in, guys.
Melanie Syop 1784 says, is that the one that pulled you over?
Yes. That's the one that pulled me over for going to my little calls. Oh, he's going right to the police department.
Friends in Code says he had to think about it. Interesting.
Yeah, that wasn't... Guys,
Bayou Preppers 1 says yes towards the cop. Michael Williams 2021 says he is going to lose you so.
No, he's going right across the
Ajax
street.
says I'm in. Friends in Code says, is it a new system?
Guys,
Mustang
really,
Mike 9293 says he's full of shit.
Yeah, he didn't give me the right quote sector. Yes, it's called the John Gray system. They came up with it to avoid me. I'm actually, I have secondhand embarrassment for them.
Aturo 056 says he's the one that lied on you too.
Yeah, he's also that one. That's actually what started this feud, was that video they got so mad about. That's what started the
Melanie
the
Syop
feud with this shift.
1784 says, what are sectors?
They're making it up. They made up they're making up a new way to call out locations that I don't know.
MVP Killer says they're probably using the emergency management map.
Well, hell, I don't have time to read that and chase calls at the same time. We'll have to look. We'll go back on the stream and see if we can't figure out. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. We'll eventually figure it out. And then they'll change it to something else. They're just being silly. I'm just embarrassed for them, though.
Michael Williams 2021 says he ain't going to come back out.
No, he's definitely not coming
Bayou
back out.
Preppers 1 says going to look that up tomorrow. MVP Killer says, yeah, let's reverse engineer that at some point just to keep them on their toes.
See if we can. There's probably no rhyme or reason to it.
G. Clemens says cops are not too smart. Should be easy to crack.
Right. It should be easy to crack. It's just this one shift. It'll be interesting. Let's monitor the scanner during the day tomorrow. See if they use these new sectors.
Brazoria County Primary?
Yeah, I want a vehicle in Briscoe Park.
That's an Alvin.
That's clear.
Facebook, are y'all glad I'm back? You guys might not be used to this format.
38, Cop 28. 38.
Hey Jack says I love you too.
5843.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I want to be a court first call part.
Confirming call boy Nora 5243.
Little underscore underscore unit says you didn't know that you need about 5 AirTags in a magnet holder. Stick on inside of metal bumper. Easy peasy law.
That would definitely probably be a crime.
Paul, boy, Nora, 5843.
And I'm, of course, a law-abiding citizen.
Melanie Syop 1784 says that you will be out tomorrow night, correct, John?
Yes, just programming notes. I will be live tomorrow.
056 says they're mad that they hit your car.
That's their relations back, too, a little bit. The ironic thing is that
disregard.
They were looking at their computers when they ran into me.
Contact to a 21 Kia, white in color, registered to Melanie Diaz out of Seabrook.
ACSO 1 pound 21.
1 pound 21.
I'm back in from the range.
Yeah, everybody was at the range. We'll make one more loop there.
38 clear for return.
Michael Williams 2021 says do the day shift use the notes?
I know.
Melanie Diaz out of Seabrook.
They just watch for me to hit the live and then they use notes.
Hey Jack says I need a Bella Roma pizza now.
They're probably closed.
Aturo 056 says what happened to the cop that hit your car?
Nothing. Insurance paid for it. Accidents happen.
30, good.
Michael Williams 2021 says I thought the day shift didn't use C notes at all.
They don't.
Yabba Dabadoo says that name you said they run every 15-ish minutes. Why do they do it?
To mess with me. Because I bitch about it.
Bucky Imam 22 says hopefully the raid works for me tonight. It hasn't for the last 3 nights.
All you have to do is, you shouldn't have to do anything. Just stay in the chat and it should transfer you over.
Yabba Dabadoo says okay.
Laid off janitor. Thank you for using the blurb. You're sending 15 bits. I see you over there. Unfortunately, I can't use those blurps when you use those on the other platforms because they wouldn't be happy about the music.
Friends in Code says bless their little hearts, they know not what seeds they sow.
Right. Anyway, we've got to hang out together tonight. I've showed you what the cops do. I understand it's not the most exciting stream, but I don't control the content. I just document what happens.
Little underscore underscore unit says everyone needs a laid-off janitor in their life.
UCS office 1032 on service.
Bucky Imam 22 says I do, but it doesn't take me. It literally leaves me here and it just says stream has ended.
Oh, that's
Daphne
not cool.
and I were all alone together last night here LMAO. Whipped Up Wishes says just finished my cookies, good timing. Bio Preppers 1 says okay, I looked at that map and I don't think they are using that map.
It's not the map, no. It's some BS system they've come up with. It's called the Avoid John system.
Bayou Preppers 1 says need a old school key map.
They're not using key maps. I just don't believe they're doing that. Well, Facebook, Kick, and YouTube. We will see you guys
Vincent
later.
Music and Vlogs says the area I came from, all the cops moved to a system where scanners no longer pick them up.
Facebook, Kick, and YouTube. I will see you guys tomorrow night, same time. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I know time is the most valuable thing you have, and you guys chose to spend it with me tonight. Twitch, stay for the raid. Give me a second. Let me end the other live.
Stream Element says thank you for following Sonic 1900.
7516.
Sonic, thank you for the follow.
Go ahead, 06. We show District 4 checked and clear.
Chiquita 3K says, are you going to see you in the morning on the trail?
Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow at 8 a.m. on Twitch. Give me a second. I need to reopen this app to close my servers down at home.